Honourable members, welcome back. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we wanted to lay some reports, which is 8E, item number 8E, on page 9, before we carry on. These are for foreign affairs. Then the chairman is here.
Item numbered 8E. Chairman of the committee.
Report of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration on the agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Government of the Maldives on mutual exemption of visa requirements for their respective nationals.
Let's take all together.
Report of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration on the agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Government of Antigua and Barbuda on exemptions from visa requirements for holders of diplomatic service or official and ordinary passports of the Government of Antigua and Barbuda and the Republic of Ghana. Report of the Committee on the Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration on the Memorandum of Understanding between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Government of the United Arab Emirates in the field of manpower. Report of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration on the agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the International Center for Migration Policy Development. Report of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration on the agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Government of the Republic of Zambia on waiver of visa requirements for holders of diplomatic, official, or service and ordinary passports.
Honourable members, the item numbered 8E. I, V, and V have been duly presented, and they are for distribution to the House. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we can now go on and do the, I think, the comment for the media review.
I don't have the list from your side.
You don't have the list?
So I will then start from the other side. The floor is for Dr. Stephen Amwa, the timekeeper. Start keeping the time.
Thank you.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also offer my debate on the media budget. Mr. Speaker, for anybody to make sense in terms of debate on the media budget, it has to be done in the expected context that would define the review in 3 different segments. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear that whatever review we are doing, whatever budget we are presenting, wherever we are going, Ghanaians can never ever forget about the fact that the previous government, as a result of prudent management of the economy of Ghana, actually handed over the economy of this country that was presented emphatically by the present Finance Minister, Dr. Atuforsi, in this house. Mr. Speaker, he came to this house when he was presenting 2025 budget. He stated in the budget that in terms of GDP growth, as of that time, Ghana was growing 5.6%, even higher than 2016. Mr. Speaker, the long-term goal of every country in the world basically is twofold: economic growth and stability. And when you talk about stability, you deal with resilience. Mr. Speaker, it was true that Ghanaians went through crisis. And the finance minister, point 10 of what he presented a couple of days ago, the last point, he stated that the confidence is mostly grounded in how Ghanaians felt. And it's true, the crisis they went through. Any honest person will talk about the fact that it was global, to the extent that at a point the world was growing negative 3.3, Ghana grew 0.5. Inflation rate went to 54.1. But before we gave out power to them, handed over, inflation was 22.9. No, 22.9. It's your own statement. You've forgotten. You stated it, so you lied. You can't say that. Mr. Speaker, the point that we are making is that it is a fact that the restoration had been done, unless you want to display ego trips or unconscious incompetence, or you want to be dishonest with Ghanaians, because they stated those figures. So MPP government restored the economy and they took over. But then they also ensured stabilization of the restoration. And that is why we are now having good primary macro indicators. I will not lie about it. But Mr. Speaker, the question now is, where is the expected impact? That's what everybody is talking about. When you have restoration, when you have civilization, the next thing is how Ghanaians will feel the impact of what you are talking about. Mr. Speaker, I used to buy cocoa porridge from a vendor around Cantonment. Mr. Speaker, I used to buy 5 cedis everything. Yesterday, I had to spend 25 cedis. Cocoa. Mr. Speaker, now nurses. Mr. Speaker, you cannot talk about the economy without talking about putting money in the pocket. Mr. Speaker, look at my pocket. See my pocket. Mr. Speaker, my pockets are empty. See, my pockets are empty. Empty pocket, Mr. Speaker. See, my pockets are empty. There's no money in my pocket. The essence of transiting from economic figures is about its practical impact on Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, the market women are crying. Keke sellers are crying. Nurses who were teasing us are not crying. They're giving it. So what we are telling our brothers is that in terms of primary macro indicators, they have done well.
Honorable Sivinamo, your time is up. If you can drink cocoa, Honorable Sivinamo, if you can drink cocoa for 25 cedis, why won't your pocket be empty? I'm just repeating what you have said.
No. Mr. Speaker, because
yes,
Mr. Speaker, I was going to say that he has used the money to buy an expensive necktie.
Yes, now the turn of Honorable Eric Edem Agbana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the 2026 mid-year fiscal policy review as presented to this House by the Honorable Dr. Ato Forson. Mr. Speaker, permit me to begin by laying to rest the tired propaganda by our colleagues on the other side that the government is not spending. But even before that, Mr. Speaker, following all the debates from yesterday, it is clear that there is a general consensus. There is an agreement on both sides that the economy today is in a better shape than President Mahama inherited it in January. If there is any bone of contention, it is what factors have contributed to the stability that we are enjoying. And Mr. Speaker, it is very striking that even among them, there is so much contradiction because some of them attribute the stability to the operations of gold board and prices of gold on the global market. Some claim it is because of the strong fundamentals that they left behind for President Mahama to inherit. Mr. Speaker, each and every one of them is struggling to find a reason. Even yesterday, somebody tried to credit the Honorable Osafo Mafo, who was finance minister many decades ago. It tells you that, yes, they agree that the economy is better, but they are struggling to give the credit to who deserves it, which is President Mahama. Mr. Speaker, let me say that it is not true that we are not spending. The only difference is that this government is spending responsibly, this government is spending prudently, and this government is investing in the right places. Yes, they are so used and they are normalized to the culture of reckless expenditure to the extent that fiscal discipline appears to them as not spending. Mr. Speaker, they are so used to spending money on unproductive things like the National Cathedral that today, even when government is putting money in the productive sectors, it appears like no expenditure to them. Mr. Speaker, the government is spending, but we are spending at the right places. Mr. Speaker, those who institutionalize profligacy as the culture of public finance see the kind of fiscal discipline today as a Kwekwananse story. We are telling them that indeed we are spending, but we are spending at the right place. Mr. Speaker, the question now is, where are we spending? All the sectors that government must make investment, I am happy to say that the right investments are being made. But Mr. Speaker, let me focus on two sectors. The first one is education. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, over 165,000 Ghanaian students in public universities have benefited from the no-fee stress policy of this government. We are spending, and we are spending well on the future of these children. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, close to 2,000 students in tertiary institutions with disabilities are benefiting from free public tertiary education for persons living with disability. Mr. Speaker, we are spending, and we are spending rightly. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, government has cleared all the arrears in capitation grant from the NPP time. As we speak, government does not owe capitation grant. Mr. Speaker, we are spending, and we are spending rightly. Mr. Speaker, across every region, massive infrastructure injection in our various schools, in our various districts. Mr. Speaker, we are spending, and we are spending right. The other sector that, Mr. Speaker, I would want to focus on is youth empowerment. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, we have invested in a Jumara program, we have invested in a national apprenticeship program, and we are investing, Mr. Speaker, on programs that will support young people to make decent living. Mr. Speaker, to the MPP, I challenge them that indeed President Mahama and Dr. Ato Forson have done well, and we have done far better. And because of our performance, we are confident that the people of Ghana will continue supporting this government to continue delivering. Mr. Speaker, I throw a challenge to them. If you want us to debate the economy, bring your former finance.
Honourable members, it's now the turn of Dr. Isaac Opoku.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to make a few comments on the statement delivered by the Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, the youth of this country are disappointed in the mid-year budget review. Mr. Speaker, the youth, particularly those in the Commander Enclave, are so much disappointed. Mr. Speaker, they want to know the status of the Commander Sugar Factory. Mr. Speaker, the Commander Sugar Factory was commissioned in May 2016. And Mr. Speaker, 10 years on, the factory is still lying idle and it has not been operationalized. Mr. Speaker, in the 2026 budget, the minister indicated, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, as part of the Rapid Industrialization for Job initiative, work is ongoing to assess the Commander Sugar Factory and identify viable operational models. Mr. Speaker, where are the models? Where are the models? The youth of Commander, they want to work 24 hours. They want to work 3 shifts. They want to work. So operationalize the Commander Sugar Factory and let them work 3 shifts. Mr. Speaker, the farmers in this country are equally disappointed. Mr. Speaker, they want to know where the farmers' service centers are located. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Agriculture, he promised this country that 270 farmers' service centers were going to be established. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I refer you to their own Farmers Service Centers Implementation Guide, page 9. Mr. Speaker, they indicated that year 1, they will establish 50 Farmers Service Centers. Year 2, they will establish 80 Farmers Service Centers. 2025 has come and gone. We are in July 2026. And Mr. Speaker, not even a single Farmers Service Center has been established. Mr. Speaker, let me again refer you to the 2026 budget, paragraph 954. Mr. Speaker, they indicated that they will procure 4,375 machinery and equipment. Mr. Speaker, the mid-year budget review, because of Nkiti infections, it has reduced the number from 4,375 to only 1,840. Mr. Speaker, in effect, every service center is going to receive only 36 equipment. Is that what you classify as one-stop shop farmers service center to service farmers within 50 kilometers radius? Mr. Speaker, now let me move on to cocoa. My friends on the other side, they campaigned vigorously on the promise of 6,000 cedis per bag. Now, it's no longer part of the vocabulary. They've become allergic to the figure 6,000. Mr. Speaker, they are saying that they will pay the cocoa farmer 70% of the international price. Speaker, as we speak, the international price is hovering around 5,500. Mr. Speaker, add the living income differential of 400. Mr. Speaker, add an average of $200 per ton, which the Ghana's quality premium cocoa receives. Mr. Speaker, you'll be talking about a figure of $6,100 per ton. How much are you offering the cocoa farmer now? It is far less than the 70% that you promised. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Bawumia's administration has promised that under no circumstance would the farm gate, once announced, be reduced. Mr. Speaker, now let me take you to Nkoko Nkiti. The finance minister indicated that 2 million bears have been brooded and distributed. What he failed to tell us, how many of those bears were able to reach maturity? How many of them ended up in their life soup? How many of them? He should be able to tell us. Mr. Speaker, a number of objectives were set out. The minister should tell us which of the objectives was achieved. Mr. Speaker, now we have food glut. Farmers were expecting that the minister would address the farm glut comprehensively. They were waiting to hear what measures the minister was going to put in place to mitigate the suffering of the ordinary farmer. Mr. Speaker, today, a bag of
Honourable members, I proceed to give the floor to Honourable Alassane Soini.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to make few comments on the 2026 mid-year fiscal policy review of the Government of Ghana for the 2026 financial year presented by Honourable Atufosu. Mr. Speaker, for me it's simple. Listening to the Finance Minister present the mid-year review budget, I recall previous budgets that were presented before he became Finance Minister. And I recall with pain and with disappointment how those budgets, for example, highlighted our state's inability to pay its debts, and as a result of which we had to endure a very painful debt exchange program. Mr. Speaker, what that era meant was that as a country, we were declaring bankruptcy and were simply telling our creditors that we were not in a position to pay. Mr. Speaker, to put it in our local parlance, I'll say, we could not pay. Mr. Speaker, so listening to the Finance Minister in less than 2 years speak of how much had been paid and how ready the country was to pay even future debts, I could only glow with pride and hope. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister was indicating how much of our debts he has been able to retire on time and in some cases ahead of time, and how he was preparing, for example, the sinking fund, and how much was saved in it in preparation for the real Agenda 111, which we have to meet in 2028. And when I speak of Agenda 111, I'm talking about the 111 billion Eurobond debt that we have to pay in 2028, which the Finance Minister was already preparing for. Mr. Speaker, if you lived in the era of Yentimin Tuya and you were seated in this chamber listening to the Finance Minister talk about how he was paying our debts and making preparations to pay future debts, you could only glow with pride. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to commend the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and the Finance Minister for the commitment shown in the development of our country's roads. Mr. Speaker, the Chinese tells you all the time that when you want to be rich, you first build roads. Mr. Speaker, after 60 years, over 60 years of our independence, isn't it a shame that we cannot boast of any, a first-class road connecting any two major cities in the country? None. Not Accra to Ho, not Accra to Cape Coast, not Accra to Kumasi, not Kumasi to Tamale. No major city in Ghana is connected with a first-class road to another major city. Isn't it a shame that after 60 years, we are not able to boast of that? Mr. Speaker, meanwhile, we have gone through many years of roads. Many years of roads. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the major highways of our country are all under major construction, under the big push agenda. Mr. Speaker, and when these projects are done, you will have a first-class road connecting Accra to Cape Coast and then all the way to Takoradi. You will have a first-class road connecting Accra to Ho and then beyond. You will have a first-class road connecting Accra to Kumasi under the Accra Expressway. Mr. Speaker, and only a few weeks ago, I was abroad. And Mr. Speaker, it hit me when I was driving on the expressway in London, and I imagined how Accra Kumasi is going to look like without going through major towns. As we speak, over 122 kilometers of the Accra Expressway has already been cleared by the military. Mr. Speaker, I must commend my boss, the Minister of Roads, for the energy, the commitment, and the dedication with which he has approached this agenda of His Excellency President Mahama. Mr. Speaker, for example, as we speak, 13 projects under the Big Push are 50% complete. 6 projects, 75% complete. 15 projects, 25% complete. Mr. Speaker, almost all the projects are at various stages of completion. And when we are done, this will not only...
Member, your time is up. Member, is now the turn of Honorable Dr. Che Asamoah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the Media 2026 Fiscal Review by the Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, the sad truth today in Ghana is that what the NDC government, the Minister of Finance, and the current president can do, and they do well, is promise. But Mr. Speaker, they are good about promise, and their promise don't expire, but they disappear. All the promises of the NDC government do not expire, but they disappear. And Mr. Speaker, I'll prove to you. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance came into this chamber to ask for 6.1 billion Ghana cedis. That was a promise to the Ghanaian student, the Ghanaian child. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this promise had disappeared. Why am I saying it has disappeared? Mr. Speaker, look at the budget that the Minister for Finance came to give us. Mr. Speaker, the 6.1 billion, 3 million was to be used for furniture, textbooks, and the rest. But what do we see? We were expecting the Minister of Finance to give an update to the Ghanaian child, the Ghanaian parent, the Ghanaian student, but nothing happened. Mr. Speaker, that promise did not expire, but it has disappeared. Mr. Speaker, they talk about Teacher Dabre. Mr. Speaker, during the review, nothing was talked about this Teacher Dabre. It has vanished from the records. It has disappeared. Mr. Speaker, they said completion of 62 e-blocks. I'm happy to note that the MPP government, Bawumia Akufo-Addo, completed so many of the e-blocks. Mr. Speaker, they promised 62. The 62 they promised, Mr. Speaker. Now, during the media, they have reviewed the number and they've come down to 30. Mr. Speaker, I'm telling you, by the end of the year, it will disappear. Mr. Speaker, they promised MasterCard Foundation 1 million jobs for 4 years. Mr. Speaker, during the media, we were expecting the Minister for Finance to give us an update on it. This one also has vanished from the records. It has disappeared. Mr. Speaker, about double track. But it will interest you to know that Akufo-Addo, Bawumia did so well. They constructed so many school buildings. They did so well to the extent that we were transitioning from double track to the full track, single track. And it's also something worth noting that one of the best results we've ever had for this country is the free SHA during the double track period. Mr. Speaker, the double track, please, we want the NDC government to be consistent. Mr. Speaker, they said January 26. It didn't happen. Now they came back. Then the minister talked about November. In November, they talked about 2026. It didn't happen. The president talked about 2027 deadline. It didn't happen. Then we have the Minister of Education now coming back to talk about 2029. It didn't happen. Mr. Speaker, what we are not sure is what the NDC government stand for. All they can do is to disappear with their promises. Mr. Speaker, I have just a minute left. Unfortunately, this government believes in chieftaincy, but nothing is happening to them. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the 2026 budget, the percentage that was given to the chiefs is a fraction of a fraction of a fraction, and nothing happened. Mr. Speaker, now let's go to tourism and culture. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, we know how much jobs tourism is creating. We know how much tourism is contributing to our GDP. Mr. Speaker, of all the ministries they spoke about during the media budget review, 40 ministries, nothing.
Honorable Dr. Thomas Anaba, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the mid-year fiscal policy review. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to our colleagues from the other side lamenting that we make promises and they disappear, that we are not spending. I would like to join my colleagues here to tell them that we are spending, but prudently and wisely. We will not give money to people to go and open farms and they will squander the money, and today the young men have no jobs. We are not going to spend 25 million to rescue banks that had a problem with only 9 billion. We won't do that. We will not only dash our money to MPs and parliamentary candidates to come and campaign for elections. We won't do that. What we are doing is what I'm going to explain only in the health sector, and listen carefully. Mr. Speaker, we promise, I'll use it, we promise to uncap the national health insurance and save Ghanaians the hassle of having to put their hands in their pockets and pay for health services. We have uncapped the national health insurance, and the money is being put into the coffers that every Ghanaian will benefit from it. How are we benefiting from it? The minister this year has already given out 4.5 billion to the national health insurance. That is spending. In addition, the minister has given out 1.1 billion to the Mahama Care, popularly known as Mahama Care, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund. That is prudent spending. And let me tell you, months before we came to power, there were threats from private health providers that they were going to shut down their hospitals from providing services to card bearers of the national health insurance. Today, I tell you, Mr. Speaker, there is no private health insurance or private health facility that has attempted to shut its gates to customers. Rather, it is the national health insurance, with the abundance of funds they have, that is compelling them to come for their monies and even paying up to date. There is no hospital that is being owed by the national health insurance for more than the stipulated time. That means that we have uncapped it and we are using the money prudently. Another use of our money that you say we are not spending, we are building 3 cath labs in Ghana, first of its kind in the country. One at Kolebu that has started working, commissioned by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the development king. One is in Kumasi, coming up very soon, they'll commission it. One is in Tamale, meaning that from now going, in future, no one would have to leave Ghana to go to abroad for any cardiac surgery. it means we will get all the treatment here in Ghana and no one will be dying of heart problems. Mr. Speaker, they also talk about how we are not engaging the youth, and they are saying that agri sector is not getting investment. The minister stood there and told us that he has already given out 551 million to the agri ministry to ensure that the agri mechanized farms, agri mechanized centers are established. This is something that the youth in my community are very cheerful of. If you are talking that the government is not spending, this is what we call prudent spending. Another important spending that the government is doing and the finance minister is doing is the educational sector, where there are schools that people don't want to attend because of their quality. The government is investing $300 million into upgrading schools, and I'm sure the school in my constituency is going to benefit from it to move from category C to category B. In that way, students will get proper education, compete for the good universities, and when they graduate, they will come and then work for the constituency. So if you say the government is not spending, this is spending. Where do you want us to put the money? Do you want us to give you the money to put in your pocket? No. We have to invest it in a way that collectively we will benefit from it. So, Mr. Speaker, I would not like to talk too much because a lot of development is going on in Ghana. It is just those who don't want to see who cannot see. Very soon you'll be driving on an expressway to Kumasi. You those from Kumasi. Konfanoche Teaching Hospital was getting dilapidated. It had to take the Otufo Osetutu II himself to look for money to renovate maternity blocks in Kumasi for you. Meanwhile, you had Kumasi as your stronghold and you couldn't invest anything there. Go and see the roads that they are building in Kumasi, that they are completing. We are completing them. We are building a cat lab in Kumasi for you, so that when you get
Honorable Majority Leader, we have done 3-3. We've done 3-3.
Mr. Speaker, let's take a break, lay some reports of the Finance Committee, and then take the report on the agency, and then we can take, 1-1, and then go back to the bill. We don't want to stay here till. No, we don't want to stay because, please.
So, which item are you proposing we take?
8D, Roman numeral 1 and 2.
Very well. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I've told my respected leader that it's a house of two sides, and it's always critical to engage. Speaker, we are not opposed, save that there was a conversation that when we are done with this, we can proceed to take the commentaries, which are two more, and then whatever is left for us to do. Leader.
Item numbered 8D. Chairman of the committee.
Report of the Finance Committee on the determination of the urgency or otherwise of the Ghana Cocoa Board Bill 2026. Report of the Finance Committee on the Ghana Cocoa Board Bill 2026.
Honourable members, the reports numbered item 8D I have been duly presented and they are for distribution to honourable members. Yes, Majority Leader.
So we'll take 1-1 and then we'll go back. 1-1.
Honourable members, as the leaders engage, I now proceed to give the floor to Honourable Kobna Ochredaku Mensa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
for the opportunity to add my voice to the media review budget. Mr. Speaker, if you take page 90 of the budget, clearly you see that this budget implementation has been very unambitious. In fact, if you take the figures for revenues for the 6 months, the government could not meet its targets. If you also take expenditure, total expenditure, on page 90, the government could not meet a target. It's clearly showing that this government has been very lazy with revenue mobilization. It has been very lazy with expenditures. Mr. Speaker,
What word are you using?
when you don't expend,
What word are you using?
lazy with lazy
You are
with
using the
expenditure
word
and
lazy.
with, revenue mobilization.
I think the use of the word lazy is unparliamentary.
Mr. Speaker, what word do you suggest so that I can change it?
I'm not to suggest words for you. So please,
Unambitious.
withdraw it.
Unambitious. I replace with unambitious. The
Honourable
government
members, the
just-
word lazy is ordered to
I've
be
withdrawn it
expunged
and
from the
replaced it,
record.
Mr. Speaker. I've withdrawn and replaced it. Mr. Speaker, if you take arrests, for instance, the government programmed 13 billion. They have only spent 5 billion, clearly showing that they have not been spending. So if you look at the itinerary of numbers on page 82 and 81, where the government runs a lot of numbers, is only to deceive or mislead the public. Mr. Speaker, that is why projects like the Takoradi Market Circle is not being completed. That is why the railway line in the western region is not being completed. That is why the Bukro Agenda 111 is not being operationalized, because the government has been unambitious in spending. So, Mr. Speaker, if the government says that they are doing so much and they are spending, Mr. Speaker, they are just not meeting their targets. And budgets are supposed to allow government to spend. Budgets are not about discipline or indiscipline. It's about spending to meet the targets we've given you to work with. So if this government is not spending the budget we've given and approved for him to spend, it is not about being disciplined. It's just being unambitious. Mr. Speaker, if you also take a lot of the issues they've started themselves with, like the debt to GDP ratio, like the inflation rate, Mr. Speaker, you come to understand one thing. If you take the DDEP, the benefit to this country was the $50 billion debt write-off and the 40 billion savings that we got. That is why the debt to GDP ratio had moved from 55% to 45%. And that is what they are doing. On inflation, you'd also realize that when we got to 54%, it started sliding all the way to 23.9. So the programming had been done already. The foundation had been laid. That is why today we are seeing an amount of 5.3% for inflation. But Mr. Speaker, the government should understand that inflation is not the same as the prices on the market. In fact, there is no price that I've seen from the NDC that is better than the price that the previous government was holding in this country. Mr. Speaker, today, a lot of farm gate prices have come down, not because of the inflation price. It's because traders are not getting money from the banks to work with. Because, as you see, the Bank of Ghana have incentivized the commercial banks to move all their monies into the Bank of Ghana through their serialization program. And because of that, traders are not getting money to work. And if traders are not getting monies to work, then clearly, naturally, prices will collapse. And as prices collapse, that cannot be taken on by the NDC that prices are falling. In fact, farmers are suffering. The price of their cost of production are higher than the cost of the prices of the things they sell on the market. So, Mr. Speaker,
if today government is moving money from capital expenditure?
Member, thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Walanyo Cheku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the 2026 mid-year fiscal policy review. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the Finance Minister for presenting on the gains that we have made, the successes, the gains, and how to consolidate them in the coming days. Mr. Speaker, if not the current Finance Minister and the current administration, I wouldn't know that state institutions are capable of making profits. Today, institutions that have been making losses for the past 8 years have declared profits in this country. Example, Mr. Speaker, Tema Oil Refinery was almost sold by our colleagues few years ago, but just few months ago, they declared 1.2 billion profits. Ghana Publishing Company that nearly collapsed under the XY regime. Ghana Publishing Company, Mr. Speaker, made a profit of 16.96 million Ghana cedis in their report. Mr. Speaker, all this shows how prudently this government is managing the economy. Mr. Speaker, this shows that the doors are open for employment for our youth. On page 62, Mr. Speaker, on page 62 of the budget, the Finance Minister made it clear about its job creation instruments, some of them. One of them is a palm oil development finance policy, which is going to invest $500 million to employ the youth in this country. Mr. Speaker, aside this one, all our employment instruments that will lead to employment of our youth are all working and are all doing very well. Example of them, as mentioned by some of my colleagues, the YEA, which has now employed 86,000 youth. The NIP, which is giving our youth startup capitals to establish their own businesses. Mr. Speaker, big push. Our youth, our young ones are on the road working. We didn't bring them from China. They are from Ghana, including our colleagues' constituency. Mr. Speaker, the Bupe Solar Project, that is going to employ more than 13,000 people. Mr. Speaker, the Agric Ministry, with its projects, also employing our youth. Mr. Speaker, gone were the days that we have government who went for taxpayers' money to create unemployment instead of employment. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, government went for 21 billion Ghana cedis to get youth out of their workplaces. Mr. Speaker, they were employed because of a single policy called the Financial Sector Cleanup Exercise. Thousands of people who were gainfully employed became unemployed because of actions of this particular the XY government. Mr. Speaker, 2018, 100,000 youths were abandoned by this government after introducing what we call NACO. Mr. Speaker, 2025, they introduced a policy I call No Mercy for the Cripple. Mr. Speaker, in this house, that was where the former road minister announced that our brothers and sisters living with disability who are working on at our toll booths, they decided to sack them with one government decision. They came to create unemployment. We are in government to reset, to create employment for our youth. We need their support to support, because whatever we are doing is not benefiting only this side, it's benefiting them largely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, yesterday you referred to the Finance Committee, the determination of the agency or otherwise of the Ghana Cocoa Board bill. Let's take the report on the agency, and then after that we'll do the 1-1, then we'll now start the bill. So, Mr. Speaker, if we can take 47 and then conclude the 1-1 speakers and then get back and deal with motion 60. What's it? Well, let's start with 47. So, 40.
Item number 47.
46. 46 first, before 47.
Item number 46, motion, Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that motion number 46 on today's order paper at page 18 be taken now. Mr. Speaker, I will then present our report.
No, this is a procedural motion when we come to 47. Motion moved, any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. This being a procedural motion, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Now we move to consequential motion number 47. Chairman of the committee. At this point, you present the report.
I rise to present the committee's report.
You move the motion, and then in doing so, you present the report.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House adopt the reports of the Finance Committee on the agency determination of the Cocoa Board Bill 2026. And by so doing, Mr. Speaker, I present your committee's report. The Cocoa Board Bill 2026 was introduced in Parliament on Tuesday, 28 July 2026, by the Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance, Honorable Thomas Nyako Ampim, in accordance with Article 106 of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, your committee met with the Minister of Finance, led by the Deputy Minister for Finance and officers of the Cocoa Board, who assisted us to understand why they felt that the bill be taken throughout its stages under a certificate of urgency. Mr. Speaker, we were informed that the object of the bill is to establish the Cocoa Board, the Ghana Cocoa Board, to regulate, oversee, and monitor activities in the cocoa value chain, support the cultivation of cocoa, undertake the buying, selling, and export of cocoa, and promote value addition to cocoa. Mr. Speaker, two main justifications were advanced by the sponsors of the bill. The first was that they are changing the funding arrangement for the purchase of cocoa, which requires that the bill be passed to enable the Cocoa Board implement the new mechanisms for funding the cocoa sector domestically in order to ensure that they are able to release a lot of cocoa beans to support local processing of cocoa. Mr. Speaker, they also identified that the government's policy to grant 70% of the FOB price for cocoa farmers must be given effect legally in order to give the appropriate signaling to the industry and to ensure that government is serious about guaranteeing the 70% of cocoa FOB price. Mr. Speaker, the other issue was also that previously because we were doing syndication and the government of Ghana was assigning the receivables of cocoa to raise money abroad, those processors that were aligned to those foreign buyers often got the opportunity to process cocoa in Ghana, whilst local Ghanaian-owned cocoa processors struggle to get cocoa to process. This arrangement will allow the government to be able to surrender a lot of the cocoa to improve government's own policy to process a lot of cocoa domestically. Mr. Speaker, the next cocoa season starts in September, by which time Parliament will be on recess. And therefore, there was a need to consider this bill under a certificate of agency so that the funds can be raised and the new arrangement can be put in place to ensure that Ghana is ready when the cocoa season opens in September 2026. Mr. Speaker, your committee could not agree on consensus because our colleagues on the other side dissented in the decision of the committee. Mr. Speaker, their view was that they felt that the stakeholder engagement could have been improved in order to assure all stakeholders in the value chain that their concerns have been addressed. The ministry indicated that there have been very comprehensive stakeholder engagement and that the previous government started this process by actually contracting Shawbell Consulting to undertake extensive consultation with all stakeholders. Nevertheless, our colleagues still didn't want to agree to this arrangement, and therefore your committee recommends to this House to approve this arrangement by a certificate of agency by a majority decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion move, report presented. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. Mr. Speaker, by so doing,
no, you can talk.
By so doing, Mr. Speaker, I have a few comments. Mr. Speaker, when you read the report, you realize that Ghana Cocoa Board currently is being governed by about 13 fragmented several statutes. That's a loss, which I think the aim of this bill is to unite these laws and unify the operations of Ghana Cocoa Board. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the status of these fragmented statutes or laws, some are as far back as 1970s. Mr. Speaker, Ghana Cocoa Board, the operation has reached a status that has increased the liberation of internal marketing of cocoa, changes international cocoa price arrangement, the introduction of Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Yeah. That's all.
Hello. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the matters are straightforward. There is the motion for second reading of the bill. The motion for the second reading will offer us an opportunity to look into the contents, the policy considerations. Please. To look into the policy issues contained in the bill. The issue of urgency, in my opinion, is a simple, straightforward matter. We may disagree. Is that okay? The reason why we want to take this urgently is the fact that the Cocoa Board Amendment Bill was laid in this House as far back as last year, if my memory serves me right. As far back as last year, if my memory serves me right. After several deliberations, it was withdrawn, worked on, and reintroduced into this House. Last week, there was some work on it during the weekend, and then yesterday again, we withdrew what we had laid, and then we relayed a new one that incorporates all the issues that have been raised. So, in effect, this is a bill that has been considerably worked on by this House. By this House. And so, having considerably worked on this by this House, if we were to wait and gazette it and issue gazette notification for 21 sitting days, we would not meet this House because this House seeks to adjourn on Friday. So the real reason why we want to consider it urgently is because we have for a very long time had the opportunity to work on this. We have worked on it, we have brought it back, withdrawn it, reworked, brought it back, and we are going on recess on Friday. So we are pleading with this House to allow us to take it under a certificate of urgency, and that is what has been recommended by the committee. When we agree to take it on a certificate of urgency, then we can look at the policy issues, and that is where all these debates about what is contained in the bill will come up. So I urge this House to adopt this report, which recommends, even though, by a majority, that this bill be taken under a certificate of urgency. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Jerry Shaib.
Mr. Speaker, the intervention by the majority leader is part of their contributions on the, it amounts to the debate on the urgency. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I'll yield to Honorable Kojo Ponkuma and other members.
Yes, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion. We on this side do not support the motion that this bill be taken under a certificate of urgency. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of reasons for which we do not support this motion that this bill be taken under a certificate of urgency. Cocoa is one of the most important sectors of Ghana's economy. About 1 million, between 800,000 and 1 million cocoa farmers directly. If each one of them has even about 3 dependents, that's about 4 million people who depend on the industry that we are discussing tonight. Mr. Speaker, this bill, contrary to what the respected majority leader has just submitted, this bill essentially seeks to overhaul the legal architecture for managing the cocoa industry. It's not an amendment bill. It's not a bill that just deals with 1 or 2 little things. Indeed, as he mentioned earlier, there was an amendment bill which was withdrawn, and now a whole new bill that deals with more matters has now been laid, which we are being asked to consider under a certificate of urgency. So it is not the same bill. To represent that these issues have therefore been dealt with by the House, respectfully, is incorrect. Mr. Speaker, there's a reason for which the gazetting is required by the Constitution unless we waive it. It is to first put the entire nation and all stakeholders on notice for the given period to ensure that all stakeholders who are required to make an input into this.
Honorable Ponkruma,
Yes,
just
Mr.
hold it.
Speaker.
Yes, majority.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member said, I said this House has not worked on it. Has worked on it, and that is not true. Mr. Speaker, last weekend, the committees at a retreat considered the bill extensively and proposed amendments. And because they proposed extensive amendments, they decided to withdraw the bill, send it back to the Attorney General so that the recommendations of the committee will be captured and incorporated. And it was and that was why yesterday we withdrew the bill, so that all the amendments that they had proposed will be incorporated. How else could one define that other than saying that you have extensively worked on the bill. The way you are presenting, as if this House has not worked on the bill at all. You've worked on it. You've worked on it. You've made recommendations. The bill was withdrawn so that your recommendations will be captured, and it has been captured and reintroduced in this House. And that is why I said you have extensively worked on it.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I hear the majority leader loud and clear, but what he has just said actually even buttresses my point. If you would let me explain. He mentioned earlier that the bill was laid somewhere last year. Say again? He mentioned earlier that the bill was laid last year, and he made that point to suggest that it has been in this House long enough, not just for members at committee or in plenary to deal with it, but also to allow for all the stakeholders to be engaged. The new bill that he's talking about, has not had the benefit of having this broad national engagement. There are, Mr. Speaker, various stakeholders who must be given an opportunity to make an input into what you have even shown to committee. There are farmers groups that need to be given an opportunity to make an input into what has been brought to us.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, they can react when they have an opportunity to debate, Mr. Speaker. They can react when they have an opportunity to. So he can note down.
Honorable members, I always maintain that I listen to everybody with rapt attention. So at a certain point, when a member gets up, I predict why the member is getting up. So assuming all the proposed amendments from the committee are advertised on the order paper, and we are doing it clause by clause, is that what will amount to a committee working on it? Because the bill has gotten to, from some stage, up to a stage where the committee has completed work on the bill. So to withdraw and reintegrate doesn't make the bill entirely new bill.
So some guidance, Mr. Speaker, am I making my submissions or you are?
Yes, you can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let me continue with the submission. The majority leader said that the original bill was laid somewhere last year. This new bill that is being spoken about, it was on Thursday when the Minister for Finance appeared before the House that he laid this new bill that now repeals the old bill and seeks to provide a new legal architecture for managing the cocoa industry. And we submit that this new bill is different materially from the original one that they laid last year. That was an amendment bill. This one is a totally new bill that repeals the old one. Yes, it incorporates some of the issues in the amendment bill, but it has many other provisions. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is a new piece of legislation that requires broad-based consultation across the country. Mr. Speaker, I'll end by these points. There are farmers groups that must be given an opportunity to see what is in this bill, which has been taken to committee, and committee members have preferred some views. There are civil society organizations that have views when it comes to agriculture and the cocoa industry. Just today, Speaker Bagbin chaired a program with academia and CSOs where we were speaking about the fact that it is important to create room for all of these academics, all of these experts in these areas to make an input into what is going to be decided into this House. What is the reason for which we want to rush this through one night? A bill that literally re-legislates how the entire cocoa industry should be managed. Mr. Speaker, what we are doing here tonight has significant implications, whether it's 65% FOB or 70% FOB. It will change the entire architecture. And when we get into the substantive policy debate, we will advance those arguments. But it is precisely for the need to open up and allow more people to make an input that we oppose this motion to take this under a certificate of urgency. And we'd like to urge on the colleagues on the other side, there's no need to rush with this. There's no need to rush with this. It's such a big deal that we should give ourselves some time and consult some more before this House takes a decision on it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Richard Achampong.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to the reports before us. Mr. Speaker, your committee met this weekend. We perused the bill for 2 good days.
all issues raised were answered. We were there with the Deputy Minister and the technical people from the Ministry and the Ministry of Agriculture. The minority side raised critical issues, and all issues were answered. And then the consultation they are talking about, the SY administration engaged a company called Shawbear Consulting Firm to engage stakeholders, got their input, and all their input have been incorporated in the bill. So if somebody is telling us today that we did not do any consultation, it's neither here nor there. Because you started the process. You started the process. And we were told, we have a splinter groups. We don't have one farmer group. They engage all the groups. And then they brought their input. And all the input have been incorporated in the bill. We did several amendments. And we said, to do cross by cross, let's incorporate all the amendments raised so that it becomes simpler for all of us. Because time is not on our side. Many of them bought into the idea. When you go to the chamber, they had a change of mind. And they are saying they have been advised not to support taking the bill through a certificate of urgency. Honorable Temple, you were not there. You were not there. You were not there. So you can't speak to what I'm raising. Others can speak. Only today. Last weekend, you were not with us. Last weekend, you were not with us. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised for our colleagues to have a U-turn about this matter. So, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Achampong, hold it. Yes. What is the point of order? What do you want to interrupt the debate?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Achampong is making an Honorable Achampong, if you care to hear, is making a very serious allegation against members of the committee that met over the last week. And it is important to put it on record that at no point did the committee, the minority side of the committee, reached any agreement that later we came into this house and changed because someone had influenced our decision. That is inaccurate, that is improper, and it should be noted that this house is a house of record. This house is a house of record, and so if he doesn't have any fact or any basis to make that statement, he should accordingly withdraw. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Achampong, take note.
So, Mr. Speaker, we are trying to adopt a new funding model, and this time we want to raise funds locally. So if there's a legal backing from Cocoa Board, if they take the paper to any financial institution, it will give them the comfort to give them the facility for us to buy cocoa. We've mentioned that we will process about 70% of the cocoa that we will purchase. It cannot be a word of mouth. We need to legislate it so that people can get to know that it is in the law. So by the way, the Cocoa Board will not sit in the offices and say, okay, the president mentioned 70%, but we are going to do 50%. So these are some of the issues we want to address. So it's not like we are doing anything new. During your time, you could not access syndicated facility. You raised funds locally to purchase cocoa. And this is what we want to do so that the local cocoa processing companies can have the quality beans for manufacturing.
Yes, Honorable Jerry.
If you're not comfortable with change of mind, or somebody influence you.
Richard Achampong, I recognize.
Speaker, you've always listened with rapt attention. My colleague on the other side is going to the government of the report and not the issue about the agency. Speaker, I just want to be guided.
Yes, so restrict yourself to the agency of the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. Because if you take a copy of the bill and if you want to run through the bill to the end of it, you spend about 3 months here. And we all know the House will rise on Friday. So cooperate with us so that we'll take it under certificate of urgency so that we can go through the processes today and get it passed. So by the end of the day, Cocoa Board will have a legal backend to raise the needed resources to purchase cocoa. Some of us coming from the cocoa growing areas, we know what it is. So please bear with us so that we'll take the bill through certificate of urgency. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all we're doing is craving the indulgence of the House to give some time, just because of the nature of what this bill seeks to do, to overhaul the entire Ghana Cocoa Board. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding these portions of the bill having been laid in this House, the final bill has today been brought to the House. And if you go through the provisions of the bill, very, very extensive, that is indeed going to change the architecture of cocoa dealings in this country. It was laid on Thursday. The committee had the opportunity to look at it Friday and Saturday. On Wednesday, the whole House is here to pass a bill that ostensibly restructures the whole cocoa architecture of this country. Mr. Speaker, if you have a copy of this bill, we are talking about hedging and finance risk management. We have to do some modeling, some simulations, and see how what is being proposed would benefit the 4 million cocoa farmers and their dependents in this country. We are talking about setting up an educational trust scheme. We have free basic education. We have free senior high school. Yet the bill is seeking to set up another educational trust fund when Cocoa Board itself abolished cocoa scholarships. We are also, Mr. Speaker, the bill seeks to set up a Cocoa Board tribunal. And something that is laid on Thursday, the committee has Friday and Saturday to look at it. Wednesday, we are here to go through this document to pass these extensive changes to Ghana Cocoa Board. Mr. Speaker, and we are going to take about 3, 4, 5 hours to go through this bill. Cocoa is, once upon a time, the biggest income earner for this country. And if we have an opportunity to do something about it, we should do it right. So we crave the indulgence of the House. We want to pass the cocoa bill. We want to pass the Cocoa Board bill. We are asking that we do broad consultations. Broad consultations, all Ghanaians. The cocoa farmers themselves that this bill seeks to support must understand what this House is doing for them before we proceed. We crave your indulgence and that of my colleagues. Just allow for some time and let's go through it step by step so that we understand what Ghanaians are in for. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I think I'll take one more, then I'll let the House decide. Honorable Tampuli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the debate on the determination of the urgency of the Ghana Cocoa Board bill before us. Mr. Speaker, good sense and indeed the responsibility of leaving nobody behind would insist that the bill that we are considering should be broad-based enough. Mr. Speaker, the average cocoa farmer has suffered so much already. Mr. Speaker, since October or November last year, the cocoa farmer has not been paid. And Mr. Speaker, in an unprecedented manner, the price of cocoa was also reduced.
Honorable member,
Mr. Speaker,
I'm to guide
the
you
cocoa
that we are
farmer is already
determining.
traumatized.
Honorable member, we are determining the agency or otherwise.
Mr. Speaker, I'm building a point. So what I'm saying is that the average cocoa farmer has suffered already. So the least we can do for the cocoa farmer is to carry them along to get their inputs. Mr. Speaker, we are told that there have been stakeholder engagement. Where is the report? The evidence of a stakeholder engagement is not by word of mouth. And this is a house of record, Mr. Speaker. So we want to know who attended the stakeholder meeting. What are their names?
You indicated clearly that this is a house of record.
That is so, Mr. Speaker.
Now, when stakeholder engagement have taken place, do they bring the stakeholder engagement report to the floor of Parliament?
Mr. Speaker, the committee requested for it, and I remember I specifically requested, and there was no positive answer to the effect that there is a report. We were told that a stakeholder engagement had been held, but Mr. Speaker, there is no report. Most importantly, where is the report? So, Mr. Speaker, we will pass a law, and then when the law is passed, outside of this house, Ghanaians will ask us questions that this house has not been thorough enough. Mr. Speaker, for the dignity of this house, for the integrity of this house, let's not hasten the way that we are moving. Mr. Speaker, let's not run so fast. We don't lose anything if we bring the views of the license buying companies, we bring the views of the farmers, they have associations across the country. Let's bring them on board. Let's hear what they think about this bill. Unless, of course, we are saying that we are passing the law for the people, whether they like it or not. But we have to carry them along. And Mr. Speaker, as the ranking member and a senior member of the Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee, I recall that on occasions, we would be asking agencies, have you engaged various stakeholders in your area before coming to us? Mr. Speaker, this is one bill that is ripe for consideration and a win-win. We can't just come here and then pass the bill and then run away and then just leave it. Mr. Speaker, that is not proper. And posterity would not judge us rightly if we do this to the Ghanaian farmers.
You again said this is a house of record. The rules are clear about winnowing. Honourable members, with all due respect, this bill has a checkered history. The bill came to the House in the form of amendment bill, Cocoa Board Amendment Bill. So the view was that the Act has gone through 6 different amendments. Therefore, to do amendment again, we need to harmonize because we don't do reprints. That was what led to the Cocoa Board Bill. So whatever stakeholder arrangement that took place for the amendment is still stand. To do a comprehensive bill means that those proposed amendments are now being integrated into the bill. Instead of the amendment bill, we now have the Cocoa Board Bill. That was all. No, I'm just drawing the attention of the House to the facts. So even at the committee level, it is only the new provisions, the amended provisions that are new, that the committee has considered extensively.
Mr. Speaker, we are with you on this, and we want to support a new Cocoa Board bill. But the new provisions, it is so extensive that we have to lay a new bill. And we are saying that it was read by the finance minister on Thursday. The committee only had Friday, Saturday to look at it. Wednesday we are here.
Yes, finance minister.
To look at hedging, modeling,
And
Mr. Speaker, they are creating a very wrong impression. And what they are saying is not true. Mr. Speaker, we brought the amendment bill here in this House last year. Almost all, oh, please listen to me, almost all the new provisions were in the amendment bill. It was before this House. This House delayed in passing the amendment. We then came later that instead of doing the amendment, we want to consolidate everything, because all the provisions that we are seeking to change were in the amendment bill, and they have been in this House for almost a year now. So it is not true that we brought this on Thursday and we are seeking to push you to do it. That is not the case. So please, don't do that. If this House had worked on the amendment, today we wouldn't be here to do a consolidation. So please, don't create the impression that we only brought it here on Thursday and we are seeking that you do all that.
Yes, minority leadership. Minority leadership.
As a matter...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we had a withdrawal of this bill, and you gave, yes, I just want to be clear about it. It was only yesterday that the bill, the amendment bill, was withdrawn from the House. Now, we relayed a new bill, that is the Cocoa Board bill. And listening to contributors over here, I have heard one thing, that almost all the provisions are in the new bill, but it did say 100% of all the provisions are in the new bill. So there are new provisions that have been introduced into this particular bill, and that will require, it will definitely require exposing it to other stakeholders to have a sense of it and be able to contribute their ideas into the bill. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we have to listen to the minority and ensure that the right thing is done, because it's a new, totally new bill. According to standing orders, the 160, we have to 161. A sponsor may submit a bill to Parliament without publication in the Gazette, where the sponsor of the bill considers the bill to be an urgent nature. So the Speaker shall refer a bill to the appropriate committee for the determination of the urgency, otherwise after the presentation of the first reading. And that's exactly what you've done. And you did that yesterday. So when the committee determines that the bill is of an urgent nature, the bill shall inform the House by a report. But they have not done the public engagement. And Parliament needs to have that kind of engagement before we consider the new bill. So is that a totally new bill? Because all the provisions are not the same. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to plead with you that let's look at the issues critically, and as it's being recommended, ensure that the right processes are undertaken. Thank you.
Yes, majority.
Mr. Speaker, it is not as if this country did not have a legislation on cocoa board. This country has always had a legislation on cocoa board. This country has always had a legislation on cocoa board. Cocoa board through the supervisory ministry, Ministry of Finance, carried out extensive consultations and decided to undertake some reforms and brought a Cocoa Board Amendment Bill for passage by this House, which amendment bill would have been read in conjunction with the existing law if passed by this House. This amendment bill laid here for close to 1 year. During that 1 year, we experienced some crisis in terms of world market price for cocoa. Our friends in the minority took time to visit cocoa farms and meet with cocoa farmers and appear to be concerned about the plight of cocoa farmers. Appear to be concerned about cocoa farmers. And none of those concerns found expression in a push for us to pass the amendment bill. And ultimately, government decided that instead of short-term measures, amendments, let's withdraw, let's incorporate the amendments into the existing legislation so that we can have a comprehensive exercise of reviewing the legal framework. And in it, propose the solutions. Because what was the problem? The problem was about cocoa pricing. When you sell your cocoa, and that is something that a system of hedging and price risk management can deal with. You all know that. Those of you who are experts in the industry, you know that is a major issue. So it is in the proposal that has been brought to this House. Now, today, we want to, with urgency, address the concerns of cocoa farmers. With urgency, solve the problems of the cocoa sector. And do so legally, not taking arbitrary measures, passing a legislation that deals with the problem. Mr. Speaker, many of you sitting on the other side have been ministers of state before. The deputy minority leader was a deputy minister of state. My friend who didn't make it as a flag bearer was a minister of state. I know the Western Regional Minister is here. Former Western Regional Minister is here. Mr. Speaker, everybody knows that no ministry runs to this House with proposals for legislation when they haven't done extensive consultation in their sector. No minister, no ministry. I said no minister, no ministry. And so the Ministry of Finance, through Cocoa Board, engaged in extensive consultation, engaged consultants. And when the Cocoa Board appeared before the committee during the weekend retreat, they confirmed to them that they indeed engaged a consulting firm that went around all the country and then got them views of the farmers, got them views of stakeholders, and those are the basis of the production of this proposed amendment and the bill. Mr. Speaker, the report feeds the report of the consultations, feeds into the policy that is submitted. Listen carefully, those of you who have been involved in governance, you know, the report of the consultations feeds into the cabinet memorandum. Listen carefully, feeds into the cabinet memorandum, which is then presented to cabinet for approval for the revision of the law. And then once cabinet approves it, it then goes to the Attorney General. And the cabinet approval
informs the draft bill. When the draft bill comes, normally we don't ask them to go and bring us the reports of the consultations that happen. Go to the hazard and show me which bill in this house did we insist that the sector ministry must bring us a report of the consultation. We never ask. Those of us who are sitting here, we represent companies that buy cocoa. In fact, many of us here have been involved in buying cocoa. They have worked in local buying companies. Many of you here are the sons and daughters of cocoa farmers. You have cocoa farms. Many of you here are cocoa farm owners. So if there are any proposals in this bill that you disagree with, that is not consistent with your experience as cocoa farmers, tell us now. Tell us now. Many of you are experts in finance. Many of you in this house are experts in finance. If there are issues in this bill that is inconsistent with your understanding of finance, tell us now. But the cocoa farmer cannot be left without solutions to his problems. We in NDC are determined today to bring an end to the problems of cocoa farmers. And we will do it by passing the law today. You can no longer delay the solution to the problem of cocoa farmers. We will not accept that. We will not accept that. We will not accept that. This is what you did. This is what you did. This is what you did and delay the independence of Ghana. We are saying that cocoa farmer solutions now. Solution to cocoa farmers now. We will solve it now. We will pass the law that will serve as the legal framework for addressing the plight of cocoa farmers and the industry in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge colleagues to vote and adopt the report so that we can this evening solve the problems of cocoa farmers in this country. We will not procrastinate. We will not delay. And we will not let anybody stand in the way of dealing with the problem of cocoa farmers. And that is why we are going to vote to adopt the report. Mr. Speaker, I urge colleagues to vote and adopt the report. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes, Majority Leader.
So, Mr. Speaker, we will take the next motion to second reading.
That's the motion number 64.
Motion number 64.
Honourable members, motion numbered 64. Finance Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the motion numbered 64 on today's order paper be taken now. I so move.
Honourable members, motion moved. May I call on the chairman of the committee to present the committee's report?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, the committee met and deliberated on the referral, and we were led by the Minister of Finance, was led by the Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance, Mr. Ampimiako, the Chief Executive Officer of the Cocoa Board, Dr. Randiabe, and officials of the ministry. Mr. Speaker, cocoa remains one of Ghana's most important agricultural commodities and continues to contribute significantly to export earnings, employment, rural livelihoods, and national economic development. The cocoa sector also has considerable social importance because of substantial number of households, particularly in the cocoa growing communities that depend directly on cocoa. Mr. Speaker, the ministry indicated that having extensively consulted all stakeholders within the industry, it became very clear that the cocoa sector needed a new regime, which regime would address some of the challenges that have bedeviled the sector over the years. Mr. Speaker, the bill as presented to us was to replace the existing arrangement and replace it with a new framework that will provide a lot more robust arrangement to deal with the problems of the sector. Part of the solutions that committee members addressed was to prevent the Cocoa Board from deviating from its core functions, thereby limiting the capacity of Cocoa Board to stray into some of the activities that have crippled the board over the years. For instance, members were clear that the advent of cocoa rows and expensive fiscal expenditures when appropriate sector ministries existed to address those concerns should be eliminated from the mandate of the Cocoa Board. Mr. Speaker, arrangements were also put in place for the financial management, borrowing, and accountability regime of the Cocoa Board. Mr. Speaker, we also agreed that we needed to address the issue of pricing of cocoa farmers and also the arrangement to ensure that cocoa insulates itself from the risk within the industry.
Honorable Chairman, and in conclusion.
The committee is satisfied that the bill addresses the significant gaps in the existing legal framework and aligns to the governance of the cocoa sector with current national policy objectives and international best practices. Mr. Speaker, your committee therefore recommends to this House by consensus to approve the report and to pass the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion move, report presented, and is seconded.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion and speak to your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, I'll touch on item 7.3, producer price formula. Mr. Speaker, your committee is reporting to the House that I read, the committee noted that the bill introduced a formula-based producer pricing regime and guarantees farmers not less than 70% of the world market price by Cocoa Board. The formula is to specify the viabilities, the variables, weight, data source, announcement, producer, and conditions for in-session price adjustments. So, Mr. Speaker, from the word go, we know that if you compare the world market price, at any point in time, the farmer is getting 70% of FOB price. So in this case, the farmer will never be shortchanged. So there's predictability that the farmer will by all means get 70% of the FOB price. Mr. Speaker, another point is debt and the stabilization fund. At least we should set aside a fund. So during the rainfall, we'll put money aside. So when world market price is misbehaving, Cocoa Board can at least dip its hand into that fund to make sure at least the farmer is protected. Unlike a situation where the world market price goes down and then the price of cocoa, the floor price, will also be reduced. By the end of the day, it will be disincentive for the young guys that we are trying to help them go into cocoa farming, it will not motivate them to go into cocoa farming. So these are some of the things we are putting in the law. It's not a word of mouth. So by the end of the day, at least the young guys will have an interest venturing into cocoa farming, and by the end of the day, it will increase the cocoa production and will get more revenue from the cocoa sector. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a very well thought through. Members appreciated all these arrangements and they bought into it. So I know doing the cross by cross, we will not have any difficulty going through it. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I call on honorable members to support this very new bill so that by the end of the day, the interest of the cocoa farmer is protected, and then more yield will come from the cocoa sector so that we'll get more revenue for national development. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Boama.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the report of your committee on the Ghana Cocoa Board Bill. Mr. Speaker, let's state on record that we are not fundamentally opposed to government consideration to review, revise, and come with a new Cocoa Board Bill. Of course, it is clear that that sector since the 1970s and 80s has undergone a lot of transformation, which includes even some significant amendments over the period. And so when you come to a point where you have so many fragmented legislations, it is important that you consolidate them to also reflect contemporary times. In this case, areas around the registration or licensing regimes, amongst others. But Mr. Speaker, if you look at your committee's report along other documents available to us, there are some significant areas that require the attention of this House and the good people of Ghana. The first, Mr. Speaker, I would like to speak on to is the governance issue involving the establishment of Ghana Cocoa Board. Mr. Speaker, I'm looking forward to a Cocoa Board that operates on a more independent manner. If you take the governance architecture of Cocoa Board, in terms of the representations that will even form the governing board of Cocoa Board, you clearly see so many institutional as well as ministerial presence. I had always considered this along the lines of other countries like our neighbors, Cote d'Ivoire, where you see a lot more private sector involvement in the governance architecture. The reason is that Cocoa Board's management and administration involves cross-sectorial industries and industry players. And so you would have expected that in terms of the governance architecture, we would open it up more, bring in more private sector involvement onto it. You could also get the financial sectors, the banks, amongst others, to be represented so that at the end of the day, you get a more robust, independent Cocoa Board management or Cocoa Board governing board. Mr. Speaker, one critical area that this bill has not been able to resolve has to do with Cocoa Board playing the role of a regulator as well as a market player. Mr. Speaker, it is important that going forward, when we are reviewing and revising legislation, we try to decouple some of the activities of those institutions. If you want a regulator like we did in the upstream petroleum sector, you have Petroleum Commission responsible for regulating the activities of upstream petroleum, and then you have GNPC playing the role of a commercial entity. And so there's no conflict in terms of interest as well as issues that relate to that sector. But in this bill, we are seeing a Cocoa Board that is playing the role of a regulator by providing licensing, by doing the purchasing, doing arrest amongst others. This, I believe, is not good for this legislation, and I'll call on the House to look at it during its consideration. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board traditionally has inspectors who are supposed to go around and ensure that when people are breaching the regulations and the laws of Cocoa Board, they would be arrested amongst others. But the provisions in this particular bill is also giving too much power to Cocoa Board to do seizures, to do arrests, to the extent that at some point they intended to even detain people. But I'm sure, based on the considerations that were done at the committee level, I have seen significant amendments that has happened here. But I still see a lot of issues around the powers that has been given to Cocoa Board to operate. Now, Mr. Speaker, my last point I will make is with regards to the education trust scheme. This country has had a very checkered history when it comes to scholarships that are given to cocoa farmers' children. And so I was very happy that this bill sought to strengthen the educational trust fund concerning cocoa farmers. But surprisingly, Mr. Speaker, we are not being fair across board to cocoa farmers. This bill is seeking to create some prioritization of programs that cocoa farmers' children would have to undertake before they benefit, which is very, very unfair, because cocoa farmers are the people who have labored to generate the revenue. And so if you want to give scholarship to support them, let that scholarship be across board. Let it not be induced with issues around courses that are agri-related and so on and so forth. We cannot be here legislating and determining the courses that cocoa farmers' children should undertake before they are able to get scholarship or benefit from from the education scheme. And so, Mr. Speaker, I believe that time is up with us to look at the Cocoa Board bill. I believe, if not for this certificate of urgency, that is going to require this House to look at all the 120 clauses. Mr. Speaker, you are a guru when it comes to this passage of bills. But even for the committee, it took us over 2 days to deliberate on this bill. Why would we now come to plenary and want to go through this bill in matter of hours, when we know that members have to be given the opportunity to properly scrutinize this bill for the benefit of Ghanaians? Mr. Speaker, without more, I believe that this bill, in its shape and form, will cure a lot of the challenges that the cocoa industry has faced. The only issue is that if we had done a lot more broader stakeholder consultation. My senior brother from Shidiem, I was asking him, how many Shidiem cocoa farmers are aware of this cocoa bill? My brother Afro, I was asking him, when he went to his constituency last time, how many cocoa farmers have been educated? I'm coming from the Western region. I have listened to all the advertisements that happens in the Western region. I've listened to all the engagement there. I have not felt any information across the country that this is the kind of transformation that we intend to bring to the good people of Ghana and the cocoa farmers. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I urge on this House that we, irrespective of whether we are going by agency or otherwise, everybody should take time and let us have the time. Mr. Speaker, I plead of you that when we start revising it or going through clause by clause, we will accommodate each other until we get the best for the people of Ghana. I thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me.
Yes, Kanatado, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is Onyina. This is Onyina Kwabri East.
That's Onyina?
Yes.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to refer to initially what the majority leader said on the experiences that some members of the House possess when it comes to cocoa-related matters. And for that fact, I would like to say that we take our time to go
But
through
let me
this.
admonish you, we have crossed that hurdle. We are
Mr.
now
Speaker.
at a stage where we are
Mr. Speaker,
doing the second reading.
Mr. Speaker.
And the second reading is on the basis of the explanatory memorandum and the report of the committee.
Yes, Mr.
Not
Speaker.
the report determining the agency.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's what I'm driving at. Mr. Speaker, looking at the report, there are a few things that I would like to highlight. Mr. Speaker, the report mentions the establishment of an educational trust fund for cocoa farmers. Mr. Speaker, we already have free SHS running. We already have a no free stress policy. So I don't see the reason why we should consider subjecting this country to another burdensome allocation to Cocoa Farmers Trust Fund. The Speaker, in past times, this Cocoa Farmer Scholarship have been prone to corruption, nepotism, favoritism, and which is why Cocoa Board itself decided to do away with these cocoa scholarships. I don't see why we should bring this back and create all these unnecessary issues in the cocoa sector. The Speaker, the bill also talks about the cocoa tribunals. I would have loved that this bill addresses the issue of the thin line between civility and criminality in terms of purchasing clerks bolting away with the funds of license buying companies. The Speaker, in past times, cocoa funds were seen to be government funds. But in 1992, when it was opened up for license buying companies to participate in the purchasing and trading of cocoa, we saw cocoa funds as individual funds and company funds. And because of that, some of the purchasing clerks are taking advantage of this situation, and it is causing serious havoc to a lot of license buying companies. So I was wishing that this tribunal would tackle this issue to save a lot of license buying companies, especially the local license buying companies, from collapsing because some unscrupulous purchasing clerks are taking advantage of the system and duping them. The Speaker, it also talks about protection of cocoa farms. As we speak now, most of the cocoa farms or the cocoa areas are in Galamsey zones, are close to river bodies. All the cocoa farms, all the cocoa growing areas, you also find gold there. And we have serious challenges with Galamsey, and cocoa is near extinction. And so I really hope that this bill will tackle this, and this regime will tackle this issue neck on, so that we will protect the cocoa, we will protect the rivers, and the buffer zones that have been demarcated will be respected. So, Speaker, the last point is on sustainability drive. Throughout the world, sustainability has now become a norm. Cocoa sustainability has become a norm. And so good agricultural practices, good environmental practices, good social practices, and even alternative livelihood for cocoa farmers have come into play. And I hope this bill will address these sustainability issues so that when cocoa is not in season, then the farmers will have alternative livelihood or additional livelihood to depend on before the next season arrives. Mr. Speaker, without more, I'd like to add my voice and say that let us go through this bill thoroughly. Let us not rush too much in the clauses so that we can have a comprehensive debate and a comprehensive perusal of this bill for the benefit of our farmers. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, minority leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to Honorable Kabiru.
Honorable Kabiru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this report. Mr. Speaker, in contributing to this report, I would like to draw your attention to
Standing Order 165 and 166 of our standing orders, which are actually drawing from Article 1064 and 1065 respectively. Mr. Speaker, it is expected that when you refer a bill to a committee, the bill ought to be discussed by the committee and report same. And that's the combined effect of these particular two provisions. Mr. Speaker, the bill for which report we are discussing is a bill in reference to the bill that was withdrawn, not in reference to the one you referred to us after they had withdrawn the first bill and relayed a different bill. And I'm mindful of the fact that, Mr. Speaker, that this is an important procedural issue and that we need to pass the law in a manner that there will not be problems with the processes of the law implementation. Mr. Speaker, the report we are discussing is in reference to the bill that was withdrawn. And in fact, my expectation would have been that the committee would have met and agreed that there were no proposed amendments, so that we come to this House, because the previous engagement we had done had already done a lot of work on the bill. But we cannot be presenting the report of the previous engagement we had done, on the basis of which that bill was withdrawn and a new bill submitted to this House. And there we are now called to present a report on a bill we never discussed. And I think that, Mr. Speaker, you are the vice chair. You are the vice chair, and I want to state emphatically that our standing orders may not be in conformity with the process we have done. I'm seeking your guidance, Mr. Speaker, on this particular matter.
Once you are seeking my guidance, let me use the opportunity to explain it to you, having been involved in the legislative process of this House for a very long time. Honorable members, when a bill is introduced, refer to the committee, and the committee has done a thorough work on the bill with several amendments. Sometimes the House advised the sponsors that, having regard to the work of the committee, withdraw and integrate all the proposed amendment of the committee to the bill before you bring it back. And that goes a long way to facilitate the speedy manner in which the bill is handled. This does not make it a different bill, because the bill that is coming is integrating your concern as members of the committee. Why do we have a winnowing committee? Then, if that being the case, we are not supposed to have a winnowing committee, because even where the amendments are advertised, and there are a lot, we can refer the bill to a winnowing. And this does not offend any rules of the House.
Mr. Speaker, I mean, your guidance is very much appreciated. We appreciate your guidance. But the difference that I was pointing to you is that, having integrated it, the amendment that we proposed at the committee were supposed to be carried to the chamber as committee proposals, on the basis of which we were going to carry on with the amendment. But this was what the sponsors did. And rightly so, Mr. Speaker, we did not have difficulty with the fact that they integrated the amendment into a revised bill. That bill was submitted to you and you referred it to the committee. Once you refer it to the committee ought to give you a report on that new bill you have referred to us. We did not give you any report on that new bill you referred to us, Mr. Speaker. And to say that we are discussing a report that is not in reference to the bill you referred to us, Mr. Speaker. We are building a house of records, and we are building a house of procedure.
You see, Honorable Kabiru, you realize that yesterday we laid a committee's report, but when the bill was withdrawn, consequentially, that report that we have laid was also withdrawn. And it is today that the committee is laying the reports. So I don't know what you are talking about. The committee's report has been laid. That is the two report laid as item 8D.
But
Chair.
165.
You may come in.
Well, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, the report we are considering under paragraph 8.0 says proposed amendments. And in that paragraph, it says the committee in its earlier consideration of the bill made certain proposed amendments to strengthen the provisions of the bill. Following the withdrawal of the original bill, the proposed amendments have been incorporated into the bill. The committee, therefore, submits no further proposed amendments.
So that is the report that we are considering.
That is the report that we are considering, not the old report. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Chair, exactly the point, and I'm happy he referenced that. And I'm not sure the clerk of the committee and the chairman alone can sit and write that report that he's referring to. And that is actually the mischief. I am trying to help us address, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that report he's referring to was not the report of the committee. It's not a report of the committee. It's not a report of the committee because no member of our side was called to a meeting. No member of our side was called to a meeting that this discussion took place, and that particular statement was even factored into the statement. And that's the problem, Mr. Speaker. We should not gloss over this issue for convenience. I have no difficulty supporting the speedy passage of this bill because this bill has gone through thorough work by the committee. Mr. Speaker, we have done some thorough work on the bill, and with the amendments from the reading of the new bill, almost every part of it has been incorporated. But the right procedure, Mr. Speaker, must be followed. And I'm telling you that the report they are reading, and they are making statements on the report, and they said that the committee has no further amendment, is to suggest that we look at the new bill, which we have not, and that we agree with them that there was no new amendment to propose. Mr. Speaker, that is not the procedure. And Mr. Speaker, I beg of you, Mr. Speaker, I pray. Mr. Speaker, I pray that this anomaly is addressed, and that we can do it in the matter of maybe 15 minutes, 16 minutes. The committee will do the proper thing, bring the report, and then we can continue according. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Yes, majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, our standing orders in order 2, and I want you to take your standing orders and read it. Our standing orders in order 2 says that, subject to the provisions of the Constitution and except as otherwise provided in these orders, nothing in these orders shall restrict the manner in which Parliament exercises or upholds its powers, privileges, and immunities. Mr. Speaker, as you indicated, it has been a long-standing practice of this House that we will always refer bills to committees. When the committees work extensively on it, they come to this House. We see that the amendments are numerous. Sometimes we know it might take so much time. We will always ask them to withdraw the bill, go and incorporate it, and come and lay it, and then we will take it. Mr. Speaker, we have tended as this House not to insist that the committees go and meet on the bill that has all the amendments incorporated in it. and has been accepted by this House. And to shorten time, we always just advise that it should be withdrawn and then relayed. And then when it is relayed, in order that we don't waste our time, we then take it through a certificate of urgency. So, Mr. Speaker, nothing stops us as a House to suspend those matters and proceed with a bill. Nothing stops us. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't see why we will suspend, go and then sit and then come back and then continue. When the committee has met, has worked on it, we all agree that it should be incorporated and then brought back to us as a new rendition so that we can take it. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that this House has dispensed with those requirements, and pursuant to Order 2 of our standing orders, I urge that this House adopts the report of the committee in line with Order 2 and then proceed. That's what I think we should do.
Honourable members, once I have taken the leadership, I intend not to open the floor anymore, but to put a question. If Minister wants to conclude, I can give the floor to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the House and especially the committee for the work they have done. I sat through with the committee over the weekend, and the thorough work that the committee did actually has perfected the bill that we brought to this House. And I want to make particular mention of Honorable Dr. Kabiru and Honorable Isaac Yabuama for their hard work and input into this bill. And special thanks to the entire members of the Finance Committee and leadership of the Agri Committee who supported it, and Honorable Shaibu. Mr. Speaker, this bill is seeking to do a number of things. We all know that for 32 years, Cocoa Board relied on the syndicated loan structure to finance cocoa purchases in this country. But following the mismanagement of the economy that led to our debt restructuring, Cocoa Board could not access syndicated loans again. That forced Cocoa Board to resort to the buyer-led funding model. That funding model too has actually seen to be unsustainable. And so this bill is coming out with a new funding model that will let Cocoa Board source for funding locally to purchase our cocoa beans from our hard-working farmers. Mr. Speaker, because Cocoa Board was using the beans as collateral and was engaging in forward sale contracts, it was practically impossible for Cocoa Board to have beans available for our local processing companies. This new bill is bringing out a new arrangement where the beans will be available for our local processing companies. And the bill is saying that at least 50% of our cocoa produced here should be produced, in fact, should be processed locally to add value and to create jobs for our people. This is what some people are trying to kick against. Mr. Speaker, the bill is also bringing wonderful provisions that, apart from the policy announcement that government has made, that we want 70%, a minimum of 70% of FOB price of cocoa to go to the local farmers who are sweating to produce the beans. We should go further to legislate this so that it becomes very binding for nobody to get up tomorrow and say, oh, we said 70%, but today we are doing 60%. Mr. Speaker, this is what some people are against. Some people do not want our farmers to be guaranteed a minimum of 70% of FOB price. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the bill is seeking to actually protect our cocoa farms and environment. We all know the debilitating effect of galamsey on our cocoa farms today. So the bill is designating every cocoa farm as a protected land so that we can protect our cocoa farms. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage our people that they should let us all support this so that we can give comfort to our farmers who are working hard to feed their children. And Honorable Boama made a statement about prioritizing some programs in the scholarship scheme that this bill is also legislating. Mr. Speaker, what we are saying is that apart from helping children of cocoa farms, we want the scholarship scheme to have another added advantage of promoting courses that will help our children also contribute to improvement in the cocoa sector. So courses like agronomy, soil science, and others that will benefit the cocoa sector are being prioritized. It doesn't mean if a child of cocoa farmer is pursuing law or engineering, that child will not be supported. That is not the case. And so I want to urge all of you to support this improvement in the bill. In fact, what we are doing is to consolidate all the laws so that we will have one cocoa board law that will regulate the entire sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion for the second reading of the Ghana Cocoa Board Bill is adopted.
An act to establish the Ghana Cocoa Board to regulate, oversee, and monitor activities in the cocoa value chain to support the cultivation of cocoa, undertake the buying, selling, and export of cocoa, to provide value addition to cocoa, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, Ghana Cocoa Board Bill 2026 is duly read for the second time. Honourable members, we then move to motion. We then move to item numbered 65. Ghana Cocoa Board Bill 2026 at consideration stage. Honourable members, clause 1.
Establishment of the Ghana Cocoa Board.
Chairman of the committee.
Chairman of the committee.
Chairman of the committee, clause 1. Chairman of the committee, clause 1.
Amendment. Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 1? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Objects of the Cocoa Board.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 2? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Functions of the Cocoa Board.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Restrictions on the mandates of the Cocoa Board.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 4 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 4 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Ministerial oversight.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 6.
Cocoa Board to operate on sound commercial lines.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as in favor of clause 6 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 6 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 7.
Governing body of the Cocoa Board.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 7? Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If we look at the governing body of the board, we have chairperson 1, the chief executive officer 2, a representative of the Bank of Ghana 3, then 3 ministries with 1 rep each. That will be 3. So a total of 6. Then E, 2 award-winning cocoa farmers, making it 8. Then we have 1 senior staff member, 1 junior staff 10, and 2 other persons. I want to seek your indulgence, making it 12. Normally, composition of board members are in odd numbers, so this will be 12. Is that the case? Thank you. I want clarity on that.
So what is your proposed amendment?
My proposed amendment is it should be either 13 or 11 or odd number, but we
yes,
have 12 members.
Buama.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker.
I call you, but because it's not proposing what should be added.
Yes.
So you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to propose that 7E, the nomination by the association, should be done by the association. So it says 2 award-winning cocoa farmers, one of whom is a member of an association of farmers in the cocoa sector, nominated by the minister. I want to propose that nominated by the minister be changed to the association.
Well, I think it was in this House that we legislate that when it comes to Ghana Bar Association, we have Ghana Bar Association and then the Bar Association, and then there are several associations. So now, instead of allowing the associations to do the appointment, we give that authority to the Attorney General. The same thing happened at the committee level, and then there was an agreement that instead of giving it to association, and we have several associations, the nomination will be a problem. We solve that problem by giving the power to the minister to nominate.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I believe that we can give that opportunity to the minister, but as we speak, when it comes to association representation on the board of Cocoa Board, currently, the practice is that it is the associations that make their nominations.
So, Honorable, propose your amendment. Let me put a question on it.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, so my proposal is that the nomination by the minister should read by the association. I so move.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board made it very clear to us that the associations are many. and that if they are to rely on the associations to nominate somebody to the board, it may take forever. And therefore, we agreed that we should allow the minister to make the nomination. I'm sure my colleague is aware that these positions were canvassed, and we saw the wisdom in making the minister nominate. So I would like to plead with him to abandon his amendment.
Speaker, abandon it.
He has abandoned the proposal. Yes.
Chair, I am proposing further amendment, and I will want to propose after F, E, so that the drafting unit could have one representative of the license buying company. Mr. Speaker, this proposal will address the even numbers concern that has earlier on been raised, so that we can now have 13-member committee. So one representative of the license buying company to address the concern of the stakeholders in this regard as well. Mr. Speaker, I so.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, while agreeing with my brother, I will further propose that G71G, where we have two other persons, we should break that into two. So one of them will be coming from the LBCs.
See, I'm not hearing you.
G.
Yes.
While I agree with him to include the LBC, the license buying companies.
Yes.
I mean, instead of adding another person, we could break down G into two.
Have you heard him saying that will solve the number problem by making it 13?
No, Mr. Speaker, I mean, we have gone past this number issue. I mean, there's nothing like even or odd numbers as far as our current legislation is concerned. The chairperson has a custom vote, and that solves that. We've gone past that, Mr. Speaker.
So if I argue and I say posterity will be the judge, you see that posterity is judging me right.
Mr. Speaker, posterity will always live. Not as judging you, but live by you. Thank you so much, Mr.
Very
Speaker.
well. Yes.
Okay.
We'll put a question on your amendment. So let's hear Kobe.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we should go with this amendment by involving the LBCs, because they are also an arm.
So he is also agreeing, but what he's saying is that the G, instead of the minister appointing two, one should be from the LBC. So he's agreeing on whatever Kabiru is saying.
Chair, I agree. If we don't have the number problem, I agree we can do that. But the only difficulty is that if we just say the minister appointing from the LBCs, it becomes a bit of a problem. Can we just say one representative of LBCs, and then we'll reduce this one to one?
Yes,
so
we agree with your rendition.
Okay.
But what he's saying is that once we agree on your rendition, we should reduce the two here to one.
To one. Okay. That's okay. Thank you very much.
Is that not it? Honorable members, I will put a question. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. I will direct the drafters to accordingly renumber and reduce the number of persons to be nominated by the minister to one. I so direct. Now I'll put a question on entire clause 7. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 7 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 8.
Functions of the Board of Directors.
Chairman of the committee.
Yes, Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment to clause 8? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 8 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 8 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 9.
Duties and liabilities of a member of the Board of Directors.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 9? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 9 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 9 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 10.
Tenure of the office and members of the Board of Directors.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any amendment to clause 10? Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 10 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 11.
Meetings of the Board of Directors.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 11? In the absence of any proposed amendment to clause 11, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 11 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 11 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 12.
Disclosure of interest.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any amendment? In the absence of any amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 12 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 13.
Establishment of committees.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes. Yes, 13.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the establishment of committees of the board, seeing that the education fund and the scholarship of cocoa farmers is critical, from my view, I want to propose that we establish a committee of the board focused on looking at the Education Trust and Scholarship Committee of the board. So my proposal is to include on the committees of the board an F, which should read Cocoa Education Trust and Scholarship Committee. I so move.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know why my colleague thinks that we should add an F, because the arrangement that they have, scholarship may be treated as part of the CSR of the Cocoa Board, and that is adequately catered for.
So can we solve the problem this way by bringing the omnibus clause, any other committee that the board may determine, so that I can add the drafters to bring that rendition, and if the board so determine that there's the need to have another committee. Yes.
Yeah, Speaker, if we go to 13.3, 13.3 says, without limiting subsection 1, the Board of Directors shall establish the...
Yeah, very well. It has been taken care of.
That covers that, yeah.
So it is not limited. It can be open. So can I put a question?
No.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
So I take cognizance of it. I just want the Minister for Finance, because this committee I'm making reference to exists from my check as part of the committees of the board. And so if it's for a strategic reason or for any other purpose that they are abandoning that subcommittee, I would want to get some clarification. But without that, I don't think it is fatal if they see it. That is the Cocoa Education and Scholarship Committee. It's part.
The board may decide.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
They want to have a scholarship committee. They want to have a Cocoa Education Committee. That one is left to the board. So this list is not exhaustive. So let us not try to exhaust it.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, we can
I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 13 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 13 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 14.
Allowances.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 14 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 15.
Policy directives.
Chairman
No
of the
amendment,
committee.
Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 15 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 15 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 16.
Appointment of the Chief Executive Officer.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 16? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 16 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 17.
Functions of the Chief Executive Officer.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to 17? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a yes.
Mr. Speaker, the appointment of the Chief Executive, I just seek your permission to go to the appointment of the Chief. That's 16, yes. I don't know if you can indulge me on 16.
Yes.
Yes, Speaker, I'm very concerned that the appointment doesn't seek to give some minimum qualification for the position of the Chief Executive Officer. I wouldn't want to make a definitive proposal that the Chief Executive should at least have some background in agric or what have you. But it will be important for this House to consider establishing some basic minimum qualification for the Chief Executive of Cocoa Board. That was what I wanted to.
You see, that one, the argument of the House is that you are invoking the constitutional power of the President under Article 195. So every condition under Article 195 applies. That's why the rendition is that the President shall, in accordance with Article 195 of the Constitution, appoint the Chief Executive.
Very well.
Clause 17, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 17 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 18.
Appointment of Deputy Chief Executive Officers.
Chairman of the committee.
The Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 18? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 18 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 19.
Functions of a Deputy Chief Executive Officer.
The Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 19? In the absence of any proposed amendment to clause 19, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 19 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 20.
Secretary to the Board of Directors.
Chairman of the committee.
The Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 20 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 20 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 21.
Appointment of other staff.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 21? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 21 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 22.
Subsidiaries, officers, divisions, directorates, departments, and units of the Cocoa Board.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment to clause 22? The question is as many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 22 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 23.
Internal Audit Unit.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 23? I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 23 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 24.
Funds of the Cocoa Board.
Chairman of the committee.
Amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 24 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 24 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 25.
Bank account of the Cocoa Board.
Chairman of the committee.
We have no amendments.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? The question is, as many as are in favor of clause 25 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 25 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 26.
Expenses of the Cocoa Board.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendments.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Chair, respectfully, I am proposing an amendment by the addition of another expenses which has actually been contemplated by the Act. That is the Stabilization and Diversification Fund. I think that we need to include that here as part of the funds that will be charged on the account of the Stabilization and Diversification Fund, which the bill has actually.
But have we look at C?
See, they say administrative incidental, but I think that is not administrative. Or C is talking of price and risk management. Okay, so that was part of the diversity. I yield, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Very well. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 26 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 27.
Withdrawal of monies of the Cocoa Board.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 27 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 27 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 28.
Prohibition of speculative investment.
Chairman of the
Speaker, we
committee.
have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 28? I'll put a question. In the absence of any proposed amendment, those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 28 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 29.
Estimate of income and expenditure.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 29? I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, clause 29 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 30.
Exemption from tax.
Chairman
Mr.
of the
Speaker, we
committee.
have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 30 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 30 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 31.
Borrowing powers.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 31 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 32.
Restrictions on borrowing.
Chairman of the committee.
We have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, those in favor of clause 32 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 32 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 33.
Payment into the consolidated fund.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 33 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 33 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 34.
Accounts and audits.
Chairman of the committee.
We have no amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 34? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 34 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 34 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 35.
Annual report and other reports.
Chairman of the committee.
We have no amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 35? I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 35 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 36.
Cocoa price risk and hedging policy.
Chairman of the committee.
We have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 36? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 36 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 37.
Hedging transaction.
Chairman of the committee.
We have no amendments.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Chair Asamoah.
Chair, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, with the hedging transaction, I would like to know what happens to officers that act on lawful...
What is your proposed amendment?
So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to propose, for the sake of protecting officers that will act on lawful instruction, I would like to propose that we add this new sub-clause. And it reads, for the purpose of this section, a member of the board of directors or officer of the cocoa board is responsible for the laws where that member or officer approved, executed, or knowingly failed to escalate a hedging transaction that did not comply with the approved cocoa board.
Are you sure you are reading clause 37?
Sorry?
Are you sure you are reading clause 37?
Yes, it's clause 37 that I'm adding on. Because, Mr. Speaker, here is the regard to...
So you are adding to which provision?
I'm adding a subclause to clause 37(4). Because, Mr. Speaker, we need to protect officers or board members who acted on lawful instruction here. And the liability should not be undue towards the individual members of this agency or organization or the board member. That is why I want this one to be specific so that we don't put people up wrongly. So I'm adding.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, 4 is all encompassing because in the end, it also puts the burden on the responsible officer. So I don't know what we are seeking to cure.
If you provide that particular proviso, then it means that the 4 is no longer useful. Yes.
Let him finish on that.
Mr. Speaker, if you take 37(3), where we're referencing a member of the board, Cocoa Risk and Hedging Committee, or an officer of Cocoa Board, I've checked the definition sections, but I can't see the interpretation of the word officer. Yes. So I want to know whether, from the committee, whether the officer includes...
So note it. When we go to the interpretation, you can propose amendment.
To lead me to bring in, once you bring in the board, whether chief executive, and so maybe we need to define the officer when we
you do it at the interpretation. I'll put a question on clause 37. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 37 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 38.
Establishment of the Cocoa Risk and Hedging Committee.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 38? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, clause 38 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 39.
Functions of the Cocoa Risk and Hedging Committee.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 39? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 39 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 39 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 40.
Establishment of the Cocoa Farmers Pension Scheme.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 40? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor of clause 40 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 40 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 41.
Object of the pension scheme.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 41? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 41 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 41 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 42.
Management of the pension scheme.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 42? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 42 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 43.
Establishment of the educational trust scheme.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to 43? The question is, as many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 43 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 44.
Object of the educational trust scheme.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 44? Standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 44 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 45.
Management of the educational trust scheme.
Chairman of the committee.
We have no amendments.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 45 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 45 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 46.
Establishment of the cocoa sector debt sinking fund.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. I'll put a question. In the absence of any amendment, those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 46 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 47.
Object of the cocoa sector debt sinking fund.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 47? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 47 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 47 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 48.
Source of monies for the cocoa sector debt sinking fund.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 48 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 49.
Bank account of the cocoa sector debt sinking fund.
Chairman of the committee.
We have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Baba Jaman.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I want to draw attention to the fact that they always say, when you read the clause, it says that the Controller and Accountant General shall pay monies for the cocoa sector debt sinking fund into a bank. Cocoa Board is our national agency that collects all our money. Should we always say a bank so that they can put it in any bank, or we should tie them down to national banks of our country? Ghana Commercial.
This has been a consistent rendition of the House. You need to have a strong point to change it.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is about time we help our banks to grow as well. And we should be nationalistic enough to tie our institutions to our banks.
If you own a private bank, will you have moved this amendment on the floor?
Yes, I will do. That's why I'll not open a private bank.
Well,
That's why I'll not open a private bank.
I don't think it's a good thing to do.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that if we can tie them down to our national banks, because a lot of our national banks will...
if they need loan, they can take a loan from a private bank. But if they have money, they can place the money with a private bank.
Mr. Speaker, if we manage ourselves well with cocoa, we will not go for
No. We are trading on a dangerous ground if you carry out your amendments.
That's what I thought, that we should be nationalistic enough to tie our cocoa to national banks. That's what I feel. What? What's indicated long? If you manage yourself well, you won't be.
Honorable Minister for Finance.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the nationalistic energy that our colleague, Member of Parliament, has. However, this is a country where we try to attract investors even in the financial sector. And so the country cannot legislate in a way that will show that we are discriminating against banks that are not for the state. And so these are some of the things that we can use administrative means to direct businesses to our local and state-owned banks. But to legislate will be something that will send a very strong signal for us as a country. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I abandon it.
Very well, thank you so much. I'll put a question on clause 49. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 49 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 50.
Establishment of the Cocoa Stabilization and Diversification Fund.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 50 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 50 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 51.
Objects of the Cocoa Stabilization and Diversification Fund.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment?
Chair.
Yes, Honourable Dr. Kabiru.
There is a small proposal, 51A, and the proposal is after against, you delete severe, so that the new rendition will read, cushion producer against international price shocks. Mr. Speaker, this proposal is made to avoid absurdity on what constitutes severe price shocks. The essence of stabilization or hedging fund is to provide against price hikes or volatility. Now, if you qualify it with severe, we may go into the realm of...
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I think the position taken by my colleague makes a lot of sense. So
I'll put a question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment by Dr. Kabiru say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I'll put a question on 51 as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 51 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 52.
Sources of monies for the Cocoa Stabilization and Diversification Fund.
Chairman of the committee.
The Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 52?
Mr. Speaker, there was a proposal to allocate a certain percentage of windfall gains to the Stabilization and Diversification Fund. I don't know, there may be policy reason why it's been dropped from the considered proposal. So I may get that before.
Yeah, Chairman of the committee.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker.
Minister, you may help if.
Yeah. I think those details can be spelled out in the airline.
Those details can be.
In the regulations, we can
Very
spell
well.
out this,
Yes, Dr. Kabiru.
Chair, we are talking of sources of funds to a fund we are establishing, the Cocoa Stabilization and Diversification Fund. And in the committee, we propose that there is only one definite source of fund, according to this particular bill. That is the percentage of gross free on-board proceeds. And the idea is that if this is the only source, then you are not building enough stabilization fund in order to, provide for, in the case cocoa is no more helping us, or in the case cocoa is being affected. So we're proposing that, why don't we have a percentage in the event that a percentage of windfall gains, so that as the board may determine. So it's an allocation from the board before you declare profit, or before you declare profit for which it is going to be retained to the consolidated fund, so that it will be factored as part. And that was why when I was proposing as part of the expenses, I was contemplating that you should have some allocation to the stabilizer. So when you deduct it as cost, before you declare profit, that's the only way you can build enough.
Would that amount to a state fund? Would that money be for the state? It will be for the state. And what do you want to allow it to be used instead of being approved by Parliament? Because the two is saying any other money approved by Parliament. So if that money really belongs to the state, then Parliament must give approval before it can be used. So the two has taken care of your concern. But leader, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, the arrangement is to take 70% of the FOB. What that means is that what you are describing as windfall, only 30% of that will be left. Because automatically the 70% goes to the farmers, and the 30% you are allowing the board and the minister to decide what they think, what they have seen, whether it is significant enough to qualify as windfall, because then it is difficult to determine what the windfall is. So once the minister, the board are in consultation, they will be properly situated to define whether they need to take part of it as windfall gains.
Yes, Majority Leader.
I think he's made part of the point I was going to make, that already 70%. So if there is windfall, the farmer gains. If there is difficulty, the farmer suffers a bit. But then a percentage of the gross free on board proceeds of the sale of cocoa beans by the cocoa board, as determined by the minister in consultation with the board and prescribed by regulations. Regulations will come to this house, and they don't easily change. So if regulations say 20%, when there's a windfall, it is 20% of the windfall. So automatically, windfalls are also captured in this provision.
Chair, I think that explains. So
Very well. I'll put a question on clause 52. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 52 is ordered to stand part of the bill. 53.
Bank account of the Cocoa Stabilization and Diversification Fund.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 53 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 54.
Management of the Cocoa Stabilization and Diversification Fund.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of 54 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 54 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 55.
Cocoa Financing Policy.
Chairman of the committee.
Amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 55 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 55 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 56.
Ring fencing of cocoa sector debt liability.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, yes. Honourable Koko Asante.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On clause 56, it indicates that the minister may implement one of the following resolutions. So it's permissive in nature, and it doesn't really provide any time frame or any independent tracking to resolution. So I propose that perhaps there should be a required periodic reporting to Parliament in terms of the resolution or to the Auditor General. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, I didn't get it. If you can.
Yes, you may raise your issue once more.
Okay. I'm saying in clause 56(2). It says it provides that the minister may implement, with the approval of Parliament, but the minister may implement one or more of the mechanisms for the debt. And for me, it indicates the may means that it's permissive execution. So without any independent body to track that a debt, it's been fully resolved. So I'm proposing that there should be some required periodic reporting to Parliament's Finance Committee or to the Auditor General so that the debt can be tracked to resolution.
But because you are saying, if you say shall use one or more, because the permission is then being given to use one of them, is that not where the discretion lies? It's permissive because you use one of the following mechanisms. So the mechanism is not one to make it mandatory that is what you are supposed to do. But you have choices here to make. Probably that is why it is may. Yes, Honorable.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I'm not referring to the various mechanisms that the minister may apply. I'm talking about tracking of the resolution to completion and the monitoring of it.
You are talking about...
How do we know that it's actually being fulfilled?
I guess you are talking about 55(2).
No, 56(2).
56(2),
yeah.
Which reads, the minister may, with the approval of Parliament, implement through one or more of the following. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, okay. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, her concern is with tracking and monitoring the minister. Yes, so that is why parliamentary approval is there. Because he has to always come to this House for approval of the mechanism that he will be deploying, we'll be able to track what he's doing. Do you get it?
Very well. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 56, yes.
Mr. Speaker, so sorry. I think the concern, I was trying to see whether we can put it on ice when we come to reporting. I don't know whether we have already done about report, to see whether the concern about the ring-fence liability has a reporting mechanism under reporting, so that this one, once it is done, it will, as part of their annual reports to Parliament, such a mechanism could be addressed. So I think that's the angle. I have not read the part. I was trying to see the part on annual reports. If it's not part of annual reports, yeah. So if it is part, then no problem. If it's not part, then when we come to annual report, and I think that her point is a very solid point.
Yes, but even if it is not part of the annual report, the law is saying that you do it with the approval of Parliament. Do you understand? So whatever the situation may be, you must use one of the mechanisms with the approval of Parliament. So at the point that Parliament is going to give you the approval.
Speaker, truly that provision has no ambiguity whatsoever. I think that the provision there has no ambiguity. It was only a concern that after Parliament had given approval, there's a need for them to report on how this report, how long is it going to go? And that's what I'm saying, that we can conveniently address it under the annual reporting session. For the provision there's no problem with the provision or the rendition of the provision, but it's just a concern that I think is worthy of consideration. That's what I was
Very
trying
well,
to, yeah.
Very well. As many as are in favor of clause 56 standing part of the bill, say aye. Do you have an amendment?
No, Mr. Speaker, I just want to avert his mind to 34 and 35.
But he's okay. As many as are in favor of clause 56 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 56 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 57.
Cocoa pricing formula.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to propose that instead of the gross free on board, we replace it with free on board realized. We replace it with world market price realized. I so propose, Mr. Speaker.
What is the difference?
There may be some cost incurred by Cocoa Board. It may not be the actual price realized at the international markets. The gross free on board realized by Cocoa Board will be different from the international world market price.
Yes, definitely, because the difference will come about as a result of the cost that is involved. Is that it?
Yes, but Mr. Speaker, for the sake of transparency, I suggest that we rather use the world market price.
Very well. Let me hear from Brian Champo. I'll come to you, Chairman. Let's listen to the man.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is exactly the point that we want to make it world market price so that farmers are not shortchanged. When you make it gross FOB, it involves three things. One, the projected average selling price for the season. Two, the projected average CD dollar for the season. Three, the forecasted crop output. These three things is what the Research and Monitoring Department of Cocoa Board submits to the, what we call the PPRC, for them to make a determination of the price. At that point, what I've been a minister, sector minister before, they engage in a conversation and determines a price after all several deductions have been made. But if it is a world market price, everybody knows that this is a price, farmers are getting 70% of it, and it is not subjected to the Research and Monitoring Department projecting what the crop output is going to be, projecting what the sales for the season is going to be, and then whether they use the Bank of Ghana dollar rate or the bank rate. This is what we have been doing now, and it has been creating problems for the farmers. 2023, we paid 70.5% of gross FOB. In April 2024, we increased it to 83%. Today, we are fixing the same gross FOB at 70%. And because of the subjective nature of that pricing determined by the same Cocoa Board, there is no transparency. This world market price is there for everybody to see, and the farmer will not feel shortchanged. If we have an opportunity...
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, the FOB price is a function of quantity and the price realized. Now, if you decide to use projected prices, inbuilt in that is an unrealized price. If also you decide that you want to average the price, it will be a number of realized prices that you are dividing. So whatever you are doing, as long as the price that you are using is the price that you've been paid for, it is a realized price. And I don't think we need to make any complications in this arrangement, because it's a lot easier to give. If you were to say that, Cocoa Board there will say that it incurred costs in order to export. And farmers will lose if we begin to move in that territory and say that whatever expenditures are incurred to export the cocoa, you should discount for that. But once you are dealing with export, gross, it means that the cocoa farmer benefits from the amount actually realized without bearing part of the cost that was incurred to export the product. So I really don't see where the problem, whichever way you use it, there is a standard arrangement to determine which exchange rate you are using. And that exchange rate is either determined by exchange rate in the market or is determined by exchange rate at the Bank of Ghana. So I don't see really where the difficulty is if we were using the gross free on board prices.
Honorable Kabiru.
Chair, I think that the sponsors of the bill had in contemplation what they are proposing, and I was privy to the discussion. In fact, I would dare say that, with apologies, that we probably misled them, because in the original document they gave to us, they actually specify it as he or as they are proposing. And this was what was the proposal. 4 was saying, without limiting subsection 3, the producer price for a crop season shall not be less than 65, which will later on change to 70% of the world market price of cocoa. World market price of cocoa. And the reason why it was changed from 65 to 70 was because the minister had announced as government policy that they want to give 70% of the world price of cocoa. But the understanding that we were trying to get was whether the world price is the same as the gross FOB. And that was the reason why we settled for the gross FOB. So if the two are different, let us not change the intention of government. If the two are different, I think that we have to go by what they had proposed, which is very well aligned with the proposal they are making. Otherwise, we'll be doing something different. Mr. Speaker, this is about benefit of a discussion.
Very well, the minister is not on his seat, so I intend to defer putting the question on 57. Then we take 58. When he comes, we will seek his concern as a sponsor, then we can make progress.
Speaker, may I make further amendment to...
So we'll come back to clause 57. We'll come back to clause 57. Then I'll give you the floor to propose your amendment, and if there need be, we'll put a question on it. Clause 58.
Requirement for license.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you look at 58.3 on the summary conviction, if we compare it to same offense under Act 1140, Section 26.5, Mr. Speaker, we have identical custodial exposure of 5 to 10 years. But if you look at the range of the fine, it's about tenfold different. So I'm proposing that for 58.3, we delete the whole...
Can you read the two provisions that you refer to? Read the two laws that we are referring to.
Yes, so the Act 1140 is the Gold Board Act, which is a comparable offense. If you look at 26.5, it says a person who engages in a business or other related activities under this section or regulation made under this act without a license commit an offense and is liable on a summary conviction of a fine of not less than 50,000 penalty units and not more than 200,000 penalty units or a term of...
So your argument is that an offense created under Gold Board dealing with gold should be equated with an offense, similar offense dealing with cocoa?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, because these are comparable offenses and the custodial exposure is also comparable.
The degrees might not be the same.
Mr. Speaker, but you are looking at I'm comparing the custodial sentencing here, which is 5 to 10 years. And similar licensing issue that also got to do with purchasing of cocoa.
So assuming we are legislating on driver's license, you can conveniently say that once that one is also an issue of license, it should be equated with Gold Board license.
Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at the...
That will not be equitable.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Please.
If you look at gold purchase and cocoa purchase and its contribution to GDP, Mr. Speaker, it's not that much different. That's why I'm saying it's comparable. So if you want to even adjust the fine range, I don't think it should be 10 times different.
The value is not the same. Well, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that to smuggle gold is very easy. And yet the quantities that you are smuggling is worth in multiples. You need a lot more effort to smuggle the same value of cocoa. And therefore, we cannot be equating the two. It is easy to carry gold worth millions just in your pocket. But you need truckloads to carry the same amount of cocoa when you are smuggling. So the licensing regime takes into account the value proposition of the two items. And therefore, I think 50,000 penalty will be too excessive for cocoa.
That's why I'm of the view that if you are talking about license, then equally somebody who drives a vehicle without a license should also be punished severely as somebody who trades in gold without a license. So the degrees are not the same. So let's agree with the sponsors. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to propose an amendment to 2D on transportation to read, unless otherwise for primary evacuation purposes. Mr. Speaker, the issue is that when it comes to cocoa transportation, it is at various levels. The primary evacuation, where it's from the farms, they transport it through sometimes the aboboya tricycles and stuff to the PC sheds, and then from the PC sheds after reconditioning, they transport it to the warehouses of the license buying companies. If you require Cocoa Board to license all these transporters, then it is something we cannot control. That you want Cocoa Board to license aboboya or tricycle operators who carry cocoa to PC shed. You want Cocoa Board to license the small Kia bongos who carry the cocoa from the PC sheds to the license buying company warehouses in the districts. It is too onerous on Cocoa Board to be doing this, and it will be in contravention of the law if they don't. So I think we should add that clause that excludes primary evacuation, transportation of primary evacuation in cocoa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, cocoa sector has been defined in the law. So look at the definition of cocoa sector and see whether what you are talking about is included. There's a definition of cocoa sector. Do you have the bill?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have it on the console. I'm going to check it.
Yes, so check the definition of cocoa sector. It's at page 102. No, cocoa sector itself, I think it's at page 101. The bottom page of page 101. Cocoa sector means
Yes, Mr. Speaker, even per this, then it includes everything. It includes
yes,
the whole value
cultivation
chain.
is included. Chairman
So,
of the
yes.
committee.
Mr. Speaker, I understand the concern of my colleague, except that you have to understand that the transportation of cocoa has to comply with a lot of quality issues.
Yes, but the question that is asking,
Yes.
I recall at the committee level, I also raised this issue.
Exactly.
And we were promised that when we go to the interpretation, they will define the cocoa sector to take it out. I asked, Aja, if you recall, that what of somebody who will move the cocoa from the farm to the house? does that person also need license to be able to do so? If Aboboya is cutting, if the articulator truck cannot go to the place and they will have to use Kia truck to bring it to the station for an articulator to come and load, does that Kia truck also need license to be able to transport? Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, it is important to put everything in context. Now, you know that Cocoa Board is a monopoly, a state-created monopoly. The entire industry is regulated by Cocoa Board, either through companies like a cocoa marketing company or departments such as the research department and all the other departments of Cocoa Board. And they are involved in managing the various actors in the purchase, in the aggregation, in the warehousing, in the transportation, and in the processing. So they know the institutions or private actors that are involved in all these areas. It has nothing to do with Aboboya operators. It has nothing to do with Aboboya operators. The licensed LBCs play a role in the buying. Is that okay? Then the big haulage companies are responsible for the transportation. And those are also licensed by Cocoa Board. But from farm to the LBC, warehouses in the communities, those ones are not regulated by Cocoa Board. Those
that is why actors. He wants us to qualify it so that the distinction will be clear. Because you just put here simpliciter transportation. So what constitutes that transportation? Unless you go and define the transportation as you are indicating, else everybody is involved. Because if I own a Kia and I'm operating it commercially, and I'll have to cut the cocoa beans from here to Tulu, where the articulator station is, it's a commercial business. Do I have a license before? Yes, Honorable Shaibu.
Mr. Speaker, we can cure that D by accepting it. So transportation is so key in the cocoa value chain system. So we can say transportation except evacuation of primary or the usage of primary transportation.
Yes, that one then is clear.
And that will include the aboboyas, the bicycles, the tractors that will cut it from one point. And so that definition
AG, are you with us?
So we can accept it.
That should be a proviso to take out primary transportation.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, exactly what I proposed. That's exactly what he's saying.
Yes, so I'm just asking AG to take note so that they can give us the appropriate rendition.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable members, I'll put a question on clause 58 as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 58 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 59.
Categories of licenses.
Chairman of the committee.
Yes, Speaker, we have no amendment.
Right. You have amendment to 58?
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to say that it will be important that we also define primary evacuation so that we can block a possibility of somebody exploiting that to smuggle.
Very well, that can be done. Or in other words, you go and define your transportation to exclude. What must be excluded here? So that's why I refer to the AG to tidy it up for us. So 59. Clause 59.
Categories of licenses.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I want to propose that we add plantation farms to clause 59.
Plantation?
Yes, licensing of plantation farms. Because, Mr. Speaker, currently in Ghana, Cocoa Board does not license any plantation farms. We use smallholder farms. And people who want to go into plantations would have to seek the permission of Cocoa Board before they go into those plantations, because they would want to know how they will sell their produce to Cocoa Board. So even under plantation farms, you have to define it and also determine the right of sales to Cocoa Board.
You can educate us by what you mean by plantation farm,
That's
which
farms,
will be different from cocoa
farms
farm.
that are more than, let's say, 1,000 hectares and so on. If you compare Ghana to, for instance, Ivory Coast, Venezuela, and most of these producing countries, they differentiate between the smallholder farms and plantation farms, so that these farms can easily sell their produce and also realize some income to support whatever business they are doing. If you look at
59, the categories that 59 is talking about is internal purchasing and marketing of cocoa, then aggregation, warehousing, and collateral management, then haulage, transportation, and logistics, processing and value addition, export and external marketing, and any other activity determined by the Cocoa Board and prescribed by regulation. And you are saying we should add plantation farm. How does it gel with whatever is stated here?
Mr. Speaker, currently there are companies and organizations that would want to go into large commercial farms.
If you look at this basically has nothing to do with cultivation or farming. If you look at the classification here, it hasn't got to do with cultivation
this
or
is
farming.
about categories of licensing.
Yes,
And
but
there are companies
none
who
is
want to be
talking about
licensed
whether
by-
small scale or big scale farmer.
Yes, there are companies who would want to be licensed by Cocoa Board to go into large-scale farming.
That one, we have a different provision dealing with it. It cannot come here. If you look at all this, it's like these are in the value chain, not talking about the production. It's not talking about cultivation.
Mr. Speaker, we have to look for a session to put...
Did you read the entire bill?
I've gone through the bill.
Do you know there is a portion dealing with farms? That is where your amendment should be coming.
I've not seen that clause.
You've not seen
if
that?
you can direct me where you get it.
Read the bill for the second time.
Okay.
I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to, clause 59 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 60.
Qualification for license.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment.
All members, it is for the consideration of the House. All members, any amendment? In the absence of any amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 60 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 60 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 61.
Application for license.
Chairman of the
Mr.
committee.
Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 61? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 61 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 61 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 62.
Prerequisites for license.
Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 62 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 62 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 63.
Consideration of application.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment.
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity. Clause 63, I have an observation. Mr. Speaker, if you look at 63.1, it talks about the Cocoa Board shall consider an application submitted under this act. If you look at 2, it talks about the timelines within which to consider it. And then there's 3.4. If you come to 5, it says where the Cocoa Board refuses an application, the Cocoa Board shall give notice in writing of the reason for the refusal to the application. I think that it is important for us to look at the possibility of a right of appeal in terms of when an application for a license is refused, so that anybody who is dissatisfied with the decision of the Cocoa Board in terms of issuing of a license can file some form of appeal.
If you read the bill further, there is a committee, resolution committee.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I've looked at it. If you
The
look
settlement committee, and then there is even a tribunal,
Yes,
which
Mr.
will
Speaker,
take appeal against that one.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at the dispute resolution committee, the mandate does not cover situations where a license is refused. And then when you look at the tribunal, it's only...
So then when we get to the dispute settlement committee, then you can put it there, rather than bringing that one here. Do you understand?
No, Mr. Speaker. I'm
Because under the issuance of license, we cannot set a settlement regime and appeal against that one, apart from what exists in the bill. So when we get to that particular clause, you can move an amendment to include issues relating to license if it's not included in the dispute resolution committee.
Mr. Speaker, the other way to look at it is also to, in those situations, apply to the board of directors. That could also be an avenue.
The bill does not talk about application to the board of directors. So if under the licensing regime, you are creating another dispute settlement different from what is contemplated in the law, I think we'll set parallel dispute settlement. So the dispute settlement committee must be one. Whether you are aggrieved of a license or whatever you are aggrieved, your remedy is to go before the dispute settlement committee. If you are dissatisfied, then you go to the tribunal. Then after the tribunal, then you go to the High Court.
So I think that the ambit of the jurisdiction of that committee can be expanded.
That is why I am suggesting to you that when we get to that clause, then you can propose an amendment there.
Very well, and I appreciate that, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I'll put a question to clause 63. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 63 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 64.
Conditions of license.
No amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 64 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 64 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 65.
Validity and renewal of license.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The clause 65 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 66.
Display of license.
Chairman
No
of the
amendment,
committee.
Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 66 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Clause 66 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 67.
Transfer of license.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 67 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, The ayes have it. Clause 67 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 68.
Suspension of license.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 68, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 68 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 69.
Restoration of suspended license.
We have no amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 69 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 69 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 70.
Revocation of license.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 70 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 71.
Register and publication.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment to clause 71? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 70 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 72.
Inspectors.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 72? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those against say no. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 72 provides for inspectors. Now, inspectors, apart from indicating that they should be certified persons, there's no minimum qualification or training required as an inspector. If you go to 72.5, it defines who the certified person means a person who's recruited and trained by the Quality Control Company Limited Training School. That's all it provides. As to whether the training involves detecting and preventing unlawful activities, it's silent. So my concern is that, are these inspectors trained adequately in the search methods, risk profiling, de-escalation methods, and any other skill required for preventing unlawful activities? The inspectors are not just inspecting the grading of cocoa, but if you look at 72.2c, they're also supposed to detect and prevent unlicensed or unlawful activities. And it doesn't appear anywhere that they are trained for that, preventing or detecting unlawful activities. Because if you're going to prevent somebody who's engaged in unlawful activities, I'm sure you do have to have some kind of skill training, especially in de-escalation. And it doesn't indicate that.
Well, I have listened to you. The law is making provision that the inspector is supposed to be trained. Now, as to how we can make the law to satisfy the adequacy of the training that will be given to the inspectors is what we should all be thinking about. Because Parliament is not the one that's going to do the training. It can only make a mechanism for the person to be trained. As to whether the training will be adequate, I don't know how we can legislate on that. But it's for the consideration of the House. And then we can even look at the 73.5?
Yes, it's 73. It's 72.1. That provides for an inspector.
Yes, so what is your proposal? What's your proposal so that we can ensure that the training is adequate? Let me hear from the chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I think that those matters are operational issues, and therefore the organization will have its own procedures for training their staff to be able to get to the level where they can do the work for them. And therefore, I don't think we should be legislating how Cocoa Board trains its staff at the operational level.
Yes, Chairman, let me listen to you again. My attention has been distracted.
I'm of the view that issues about training are operational matters. And therefore, the organization would have its own standard operating procedure to make sure that the staff that are working as inspectors are adequately trained and equipped to do the job for them. And I do not think we should be legislating how.
Yes, but we can ask if he has a proposal as to how we can ensure that the training is adequate. Because administratively, that is what they are supposed to do.
Well, I think we have to require more than training for inspection and grading of cocoa. Because I looked up Quality Control Company Limited, the training school, and their mandate is basically to train in terms of the quality assurance in grading, sealing, inspection. It didn't indicate anything about skills required, training in unlawful activities, prevention.
So let's take it in terms of the police, the custom officers, the immigration. The law will provide that whoever will serve as a police officer must undergo a training, but the law may not state how the training should be before the person can act as a police officer. Just like the Constitution provides in Article 94 a qualification of a member of Parliament. But we are qualified, we can come to Parliament. But as to the law putting a standard as to how we can go about it, we need a lot of guidance. Yes, Honorable Babaja.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think that we should read the clause again. It said the Chief Executive Officer may, in consultation with the Board of Directors, designate an officer of the Cocoa Board. You see, the officer of the Cocoa Board would have been an officer of the Cocoa Board already. So, or any other certified person as inspector. Now, when you look at 5 defined the certified person, who may not be necessarily an officer of Cocoa Board. But an officer of Cocoa Board might have already qualified with all the training as officer of Cocoa Board. So I think that there's nothing wrong with the clause, and we can go on with that. Because she's trying to say that the certified person, there are qualifications attached to it. But with the inspector, is already an officer of Cocoa Board. So if he's an officer of Cocoa Board, then he might have already gone through all the qualification and everything, and he's already an officer. But it is the certified person who may be an outsider. That's why maybe those definitions are coming for that person. So I think that the rendition is okay.
But whether you are even an officer of the Cocoa Board or not, you must be certified.
No, Mr. Speaker, the difference here is that the officer is already an officer of Cocoa Board.
Yes.
So, by their standards, he is their officer certified. But
no,
when you are... No,
you said the Chief Executive Officer may, in consultation with the Board of Directors, designate an officer of the Cocoa Board.
Yes.
Or any other certified person.
Yes.
As an inspector for the DSO. I now get the distinction.
Exactly. So the other certified is made from the outside, but with the officer, he's already an officer of the Cocoa Board. So I think there's nothing wrong with the rendition.
Yes.
We can go on with it.
Yes. So I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 72 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 73.
Powers of inspection.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. No members any proposed amendment. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of Clause 73 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 73 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 74.
Search and seizure under warrant.
Chairman of the committee.
We have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to 74? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of Clause 74 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 74 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 75.
Search without warrant in urgent circumstances.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to Clause 75? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of Clause 75 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, Clause 75 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 76.
Seizure, custody, and release of property.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman of the committee. Yes, it is for the consideration of the House. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 76 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes.
Speaker, just calling your attention to the fact that the minister is in. If you would want us to consider 57. Yes. That's subject to your
Very well.
directions.
Let's move back to 57. Yes. Honorable ranking for Agric, you may raise your issue.
Chair, I think that there was further consultation to the issue of the gross FOB versus the world market prices, and I think that we are agreeing to withdraw the proposed amendment that will ensure that the current rendition as it stands now should be there.
But he is the proposer. That's where I want to hear from him.
The Speaker, yes, I want to drop the proposal.
Very well. Then we move to Clause 77.
Except that, Mr. Speaker, under the same 57, I wanted to propose that we have an omnibus clause. Where is 57, Mr. Speaker? Yes, any other relevant stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, transporters are important stakeholders, very important. So I propose that we separate transporters from the any other clause. So before the any other clause, we insert transporters. So the minister will consult recognized representatives of cocoa farmers, licensed buying companies, transporters, and any other relevant stakeholders. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's not harmful. We may accept it.
I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. I will direct the drafters to rearrange the numbering. Now I'll put a question on the entire Clause 57. As many as are in favor of Clause 57 as amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 57 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now straight to Clause 77.
Obstruction.
Chairman of the committee.
The Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of Clause 77 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 77 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 78.
Enforcement powers of Cocoa Board.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to Clause 78? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 78 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 79.
Quality guidelines and standards.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of Clause 79 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 79 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 80.
Protected status of cocoa farms.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? I'll put a question. In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 80 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 80 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 81.
Prohibited activities on protected farms.
Chairman of the committee.
We have no amendments.
Honourable members, it is for your consideration. Any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Yes. Yes. Yes, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, clause 81A. Speaker, in some instances, farmers may have to remove a few trees and branches to improve aeration and also control disease and pests. So I suggest that we amend 81A to read, destroy, uproot, damage, or fell cocoa trees, except for the purposes of rehabilitation and farm management. Approved by Ghana Cocoa. So we insert and, and insert farm management. Speaker, should I take it again? Yes. Speaker, the proposal is that a person shall not destroy, uproot this, where is it? Damage or fell cocoa trees, except for the purposes of rehabilitation and farm management, approved by Ghana Cocoa Board. Because the reason is that some farmers may have to remove a few trees, as a result of thinning to improve farm aeration and also control pests and diseases.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, his point is correct, except to say that the Cocoa Board explained to us that all of those are described as rehabilitation. So rehabilitation encompasses the matters that you are raising, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, rehabilitation is completely different from farm management. It's totally and completely different.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the head note reads, prohibited activities on protected farms. So it is flowing from the head note. And then...
Yes, Chairman, Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think there's an interpretation of rehabilitation. And it says rehabilitation means processes undertaken to restore or renew cocoa farms or plantations, including removal of old trees and stumps, land preparation, application of approved treatments, and replanting in accordance with standards prescribed by regulations. So I think it's all encompassing.
Yes, honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, I think the definitions are different. When you look at rehabilitation, it involves the entire process of removing old trees, stumps, replanting, and all that. But then what the honourable member seeks to address is the point where a farmer has to do thinning. For instance, you have your farm.
Yes, but have you looked at the definition of rehabilitation?
No, rehabilitation is cutting
the
entire farm.
Just read
I've
it.
read it.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I've read it.
Yes,
but
you can read it for all of us. Read it for all of us, just like the way Majority
Mr.
Leader
Speaker,
did
listen to the Majority Leader. You are not cutting the entire farm.
No, I'm just asking you to read it.
Mr. Speaker, rehabilitation means processes undertaken to restore or renew cocoa farms or plantations, including removal of old trees and stumps, land preparation, application of approved treatments, and replanting in accordance with standards prescribed by regulations.
Is it treatment of the farm?
Application of approved treatments and replanting.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I agree.
You now agree. So have you now seen why I said we should read rehabilitation? Thank you very much. So I'll put a question on clause 81. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Grateful always. Mr. Speaker, since 81 is flowing from 80, I just want to draw your attention to something that this House seeks to do. And I seek an amendment. Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of this Act, a farm on which cocoa is cultivated, whether the farm is on a stool land, skin land, family land, clan land, private land, or public land, is a protected farm. Mr. Speaker, I buy a plot of land, I buy my seedlings, no investment from Cocoa Board, I plant cocoa, one plot, and all of a sudden, if I decide that I want to uproot it, I commit a crime. If the government has not invested in that land, in that cocoa farm, this is the land of the free. How would I have committed a crime if I have a large-scale plantation and flowing into 81, I uproot and replant another cocoa plant when Cocoa Board has not invested? And then I am bound for prison. I cannot be proper.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
The bill provides for a registration regime. And therefore, once you register your farm as a cocoa farm, it automatically becomes a protected farm. It becomes a protected farm. As long as once you register the farm, it becomes a protected farm. And that land can be a private land, it can be a clan land, it can be a government land, any other land that it may be. I don't know if he has an amendment to propose.
Yes, Honorable Champo, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I think we need to have a second look at this clause, because somebody may have a cocoa farm and the community will expand to that area, and there's no way you can maintain it as a cocoa farm, and the chiefs will take over to develop it, to develop that particular land into buildings and other stuff. So in this case, are you going to arrest the chief that this is protected land? Because the community has expanded, you can't maintain that area as a cocoa farm. So we need to have a second look at this very clause. For example, I have a family land which is close to the community. Now the community has expanded beyond the cocoa farm. So certainly you cut the cocoa trees and build your house over there. So in this case, you can't be arrested that if touch a protected land or cocoa farm. So let's have a second look at this.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Chair, I think that first and foremost, we are contextualizing it within the context of protected tree or protected crop. And when we say protected crop, we define it to mean cocoa wherever cultivated and includes any protected crop prescribed by regulation. So in other words, there will be regulation in addition to cocoa that will define what protected crop is. But Mr. Speaker, the protected farm concept, as we discussed, I think this was part of the issue that came up during the discussion, was the fact that there are already existing laws guiding certain economic trees. And those existing laws provide that once a particular crop or tree has been categorized as an economic tree, felling same require, even those that are not even economic trees. Sometimes to remove a tree requires the EPA approval, even to do construction of your home. The tree is not even cocoa tree.
Yes, that's the point.
But the fact that you want to even put down the tree, you require the approval of EPA. I think it was the same analogy that was imported to say that you want to protect cocoa. It's not that the fact that the person may not, the person may be, but you require the authorization of the cocoa board for such purpose. So if the law is silent on the authorization, let's address that particular issue of authorization to be able to fail. But it cannot be right that the person is banned from felling the tree. The person, some kind of authorization will help address the issue. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Yes, honourable members, let me make this particular point. We spend money planting trees, but there's no mechanism put in place when you cut the tree. So the question is, what are we doing in this country? You see, in some countries, a tree that you have planted in your own house, before you cut it, you need an approval. And this one, we are talking about economic tree. So I agree with Kabiru that if you put measure in place that you can cut it with an approval of the cocoa board, that sufficed. Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what I was going to propose, that we have another clause that will explain the circumstances under which you will be permitted to maybe destroy your cocoa farm.
So let's just do the opening phrase to say a person shall not undertake the following activity without approval of the cocoa board. Maybe the drafters can find a better rendition. Yes, Kabiru.
Chair, I was just trying to propose that a person shall not, without authorization, A, B, C. So the rendition will be, a person shall not, without the authorization of the cocoa board.
Yes.
A, B, C with them.
Yeah, sure, that is fine.
So that should be there.
So drafters take note. I would then have to put the question back on 81. Those in favor, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a farmer who is in the farm and planted the cocoa and would have to seek permission before cutting and shaping the cocoa for cocoa to grow well. Am I understanding that's what it is?
Yes, you've lived outside the country. Can you break your own building without approval? You have done the building yourself. Can you cut a tree that you have planted in your house
Mr. Speaker,
yourself without approval?
Mr. Speaker, the farming process demands that before the cocoa tree can grow properly, I'm a cocoa farmer, you need to cut some of the cocoa as process of farming. How long will you continue to
If you do that as a process of farming, that goes into rehabilitation. And we have crossed that particular hurdle. Probably you were not in the room before. Those activities are lawful because it constitutes rehabilitation of your cocoa farm. Clause 82.
Valuation of protected trees.
Yes,
Chairman
Speaker,
of Committee.
We have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Very well. Let me put a question on 81. As many as are in favor of 81 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 81 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 82.
Valuation of protected trees.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, as amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Any proposed amendment to 82? I'll put the question. As many as are in favor of clause 82 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 82 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 83.
Extractive activities on or near a protected farm.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, 83, we actually don't have an advertised amendment, but looking at the clause again, it seems to be creating some turf war. And so we would propose that we delete 83.
All members, the proposal is to delete clause 83. Yes? Yes?
Mr. Speaker, he also explained the turf war that he is talking about because a major concern in this country today is the pollution of water bodies serving cocoa farms. And my understanding is that clause 83, which says, despite the provisions of the Minerals and Mining Act, a person licensed under the Minerals and Mining Act shall not undertake an extractive activity that affects a water body specified under Section 17 of Act 703 on which or on or within 500 meters of a protected farm. I don't know why there will be turf war and why this will be a problem.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
If a private businessman obtains a license under the Minerals and Mining Act, those safeguards are already provided.
That is in clause section 17 of the same act that we are referring to.
Those safeguards are already provided, and therefore, now legislating that the person will have to have additional burden, Mr. Speaker, may defeat. The additional burden is that within 500 meters, you should not mine. If you satisfy the conditions of the Minerals Act, why will another law now be imposing additional burden on you not to mine there?
Yes, yes, Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the laws we have addresses mining closer to water bodies. And we have the Minerals Act that does that. But you know, the ending part of it is introducing another part, which is the protected farm. The protected farm. So I think that the whole essence of this particular provision is the tail end of it. Otherwise, there will be conflict or we shouldn't create theft. If we think that the end part of it is not necessary, then I'm tempted to agree with you. But you see, the bill, the provision says, despite the provision of the Mineral and Mining Act 2006, Act 0, a person licensed under the Mineral and Mining Act shall not undertake an extractive activity that affects a water body specified under Section 17 of Act 703,
which is the Mining and the Minerals Act.
Which is the Mining and Minerals Act, on or within 500 meters of a protected farm. So the whole essence of this is on the protected farm. And I think that to that extent, we may want to keep it as it is. If we delete it, then we are also exposing the protected farm, and the protection you want to provide the protected farm is not adequate enough.
Yes, honorable members, let's look at this law carefully. The law is making reference to the relevant section, that is section 17 of the Minerals and then the Mining Acts. So whether this provision exists or does not exist, the Minerals and the Mining Act address the situation. The only thing new that the rendition is bringing is 500 meters away from a protected farm. So we can do away with everything except the 500 meters away from a protected farm. Honourable members, the Constitution vests the minerals in the President of the Republic of Ghana. And it is the President ordinarily that will have to give license. But under Article 58, the President can act directly or through officers. So mining and then the Minerals Commission has been put in place to work under Lands and Natural Resource Ministry. Now they will comply with Act 703, issue the license to you. Then the Chief Executive of Cocoa Board will say it is going to be closer to a protected farm. Therefore, though you have been issued the license by the Minister of State, acting on the authority of the President, you have no right. Is that the problem we want to create? Well, let me hear from the Minister, then I'll give you the floor, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I want to seek your guidance on this. This act that we are passing is seeking to protect cocoa farms.
Cocoa farm, that's all.
The Minerals and Mining Act, is there any provision in that that bars the Minister for Lands from granting mining license for an area that is covered by a cocoa farm?
No.
No.
There's nothing in the law.
That is why this act is saying that even though the Minister for Lands can issue license under that existing act, it should not be on a cocoa farm or 500 meters away from a cocoa farm. Yes. So this provision is trying to protect all the licenses that are being issued under that regime not to affect a cocoa farm.
Then you have to watch your rendition, because the rendition is saying that the person issued the license. So why do you issue the license in the first place to the person? Yes, Majority.
You see, under the Minerals and Mining Act, you may be licensed to carry out mining activity. When you are licensed to carry out mining activity, you definitely need to use water for the mining activity. When you have to use water for the mining activity, you have to go for permit to use the water for the mining activity. And when you use the water, you have to get permit from EPA to make sure that the water that you have used, which is most likely to get contaminated in the mining process, you do not discharge that water into any existing water body, except after you have treated that water. Is that okay? And that is usually why you will have to construct a tailings dam, because all those tend to entrap the water that you have used. So what this provision is seeking to do is that it is seeking to say that no matter what you do with the water, try as much as possible to keep that water away at least 500 meters away from an existing cocoa farm. Are you getting that? So keep the water away 500 meters from an existing cocoa farm. We need this because we are fast losing our reputation in terms of producing quality cocoa. So if we have a legislation like this, it gives assurance to the international community that we are doing everything possible to ensure that the pollution resulting from mining activity does not go anywhere near our cocoa farms. This is good for our international reputation, given that cocoa is one of our major foreign exchange earner. So I think we should preserve this, because this will oblige licensed mining. See, this is different from the activities of Galamsey. Our activities of Galamsey, it is illegal. It is illegal. But we are talking about licensed mining activities. Those ones, we are saying that as part of the condition, stay 500 meters away from cocoa farms. That's
so,
all
leader,
that
won't you agree that that should be a condition for granting the license, but not a condition after the license is granted to you? Because the rendition says after the license is granted to you.
Yes.
Because before they grant you the license, they will inspect your EPA permit and all those before they grant the license to you.
No, you are granted license to carry out mining. Now, when you take a concession, and after you've done your exploratory activities, you now define where the ore lies in the earth. After your definition, you now have a mining plan. Your mining plan factors in where you are going to do excavations. Then also where you are going to do the processing. Usually that is where the problem is. Where you are going to process, that's you are going to crush it. The crushing process involves extensive use of water. And then how you are going to dispose of the water. This is normally after you've been granted your mining license. When you are developing the mine, you now have to, at every stage, get authorization from the inspector of mines to even carry out that step. Both the inspector of mines and the EPA. So they will be monitoring you and then granting you permit and etc. So what we're saying is that both the inspector of mines and the EPA and everybody involved in monitoring you, when you come for your permit, they have to check and make sure that your activity in relation to water, where you are doing the, let's say for instance, you are excavating and taking out the ore. It can be less than 500 meters away from a cocoa farm, it doesn't matter. But where you are using water,
no,
because section
that is
17...
not the definition is saying. The word used here is ore. Look at the last line. Ore.
It says that despite the provisions of the Minerals and Mining Act, a person licensed under the Minerals and Mining Act shall not undertake an extractive activity that affects a water body specified under Section 17 of Act 703 on or within 500 meters of a protected farm.
So because of the use of the word ore, it can be interpreted to mean that you can undertake a mining activity which is within 500 meters away from a protected farm.
No.
That's how you should read it.
No. You cannot undertake...
That's it.
Listen, you cannot undertake a mining activity that affects water, a water body.
No. That's why I'm saying that the word used here is ore, which is disjunctive. So you must read this disjunctively. You don't work closer to a water body specified under Section 17 of Act 703 or within 500 meters away from the protected farm. So it's disjunctive. It's two things that they are talking about. They are talking about water body and they are talking about protected farm. So they are saying that even where there is gold in cocoa farm, if there is gold under a cocoa farm and you are granted a license, you cannot do it. That is what the law is saying. It's water body or cocoa farm. Leader, look at the rendition very carefully.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we have to know what is happening now. What is happening now is that the Lands Ministry or Mineral Commission can give a license on a land where there are already even cocoa farms on. So what they do is to go and negotiate with the farmers, pay them compensation,
Yes.
and pull everything down.
Yes.
And I think that's what this law is seeking to do now, is to protect those farms. That is exactly what the law is seeking to do. The law is seeking to so now hold on. No, I'm saying that we have already said that any land that we have cocoa on is supposed to be a protected farm. So wherever you see protected farm, it means cocoa farm. Is that not it? So now, with what is happening now, if we don't protect our cocoa farms, and they continue to give those licenses, including cocoa farms, they will destroy all our cocoa. So what the law is seeking to do is that even if you are giving a concession that has cocoa on it, that cocoa, you can't go 500 meters near that cocoa. So that's exactly what this law is seeking. And I think that's why we have to keep this law like that, to protect the cocoa, the farms. The farms does not only include, all that the speaker is saying, yes, the speaker, not only extractive, we can also say that discharging water into the cocoa farms. We should find a way of drafting that into so that the cocoa farms will be protected. If we don't protect the cocoa farms, we'll finish all our cocoa farms in Ghana.
Mr. Speaker, let's read Section 17 of the Minerals and Mining Act. Section 17 says that, subject to obtaining the requisite approvals or licenses under the Water Resources Commission Act 1996, a holder of a mineral right may, for purposes of or ancillary to the mineral operations, obtain, divert, impound, convey, and use water from a river, stream, underground reservoir, or watercourse within the land, the subject of a mineral right. So 17 is talking about you using the water for the purposes of mining. And my understanding of 83 is that that water that you use for mining, make sure that you keep it at least 500 meters away from a cocoa farm.
No, Honorable Majority Leader, that one is one aspect. Water body is one aspect. Cocoa farm is another aspect. That is why they use the word or. So you must read it disjunctively, not conjunctively.
Yes, it talks about a water body that is 500 meters of a protected farm.
Now I know I can do more.
500 meters of a protected farm.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Leader, please listen. Look at the heading. It says extractive activities on or near a protected farm. That is what we are trying to deal with. And what it is saying is that despite you getting the relevant license to mine, you shall not undertake an extractive activity on a protected farm or within 500 meters of a protected farm. That is what this provision is saying. And Mr. Speaker, let me finish.
How about the way that affects?
And Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, please pay attention. Mr. Speaker, you see, this provision is important because we do not have a means to amend the Minerals and Mining Act to say that you cannot grant license to somebody who wants to mine on a cocoa farm. So we are making provision that regardless of the license that you will obtain, if you are mandated, your license says you should mine on a cocoa farm or within 500 meters, if the farm is within 500 meters of a water body, you cannot undertake the mining. That is what this provision is saying.
Today, leader. Today, I think that today, for the first time, I don't see why leader is getting it wrong this time, because almost every time you are on point. It's very easy. Look at the law. That's why they are referring to that mining law. No, leader, they are referring to the Act 703. They are saying that if you have 703, but there is a decided protected area, so when the land is given to you, because this large-scale mining, they can take from here all the way to maybe in Sawam, and definitely within that area, there will be some farms, cocoa farms on it. Now, it is those cocoa farms that we are seeking to protect. And so if you have that within that 500 meters to the cocoa farm, you cannot mine within that area. That is exactly what we are trying to do, so that we protect the cocoa farms. If we don't do that, some of us who are from mining areas, we know what is happening in mining areas. And then they buy the land and destroy the cocoa. So we want to protect the cocoa.
Mr. Speaker. Yeah. No, let me just use the car. I'll give them. Okay, yeah. Mr. Speaker, I'm making an amendment. Mr. Speaker, there is confusion with the current rendition. I'm making an amendment, Mr.
Very
Speaker.
well.
Please, the amendment is to delete. The amendment is to delete that affects a water body specified under Section 17 of the Act, so that the new rendition will read, Mr. Speaker, despite the provision of the Mineral and Mining Act, 2006, Act 703, a person licensed under the Mineral and Mining Act shall not undertake an extractive activity on or within 100 meters of a protected farm. 500 meters of a protected farm. Mr. Speaker, with this particular rendition, it takes away the confusion whether or not the on is on the water bodies or it is on with, it takes away that confusion. But the on is actually supposed to be about the protected farm, or the within is also about the protected farm. So this amendment should take care of that particular confusion.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me hear Majority Leader.
That amendment now conveys what the Deputy Minister presents as the object of the bill, which is to prevent mining activity on a protected farm, or 500 meters away from a protected farm. This is the rendition that will cure the misunderstanding that we are talking about. But this is a serious policy matter.
Yes.
Is that okay? This is a serious policy matter that has to go back to cabinet.
Why?
No, it has to go back to cabinet. Because this, excuse me, you need to take a policy decision as a country, whether or not you want the Minister for Mines to be able to issue license to cover an area that has cocoa, and whether or not, if he does so, the mining company can carry out the mining. This is a serious policy matter. And so I suggest that we not take this and allow the two ministers to resolve it at cabinet. I know what I'm talking about. So let's delete this. Let's delete this. I thought that we're engaged in a narrow exercise of regulating activity near water bodies. But if it is to prevent awarding mining license because there's a cocoa farm there, please, let's back off from this. So let's delete this. Yes.
Yes.
He just told me that I'm not in cabinet because I'm sponsoring them.
You see, honourable members, let's get this thing clear. The mineral beneath the cocoa farm is vested in the president. And the president, a license issued, is a license issued by somebody who is vested with the constitutional power to deal with the mineral. Now you are going to make law. Meanwhile, in the Mining and the Minerals Act, the grant of the license operates as an automatic right of entry. You are only entitled to the surface right, so you can be compensated for your cocoa to give way for the mining activity. So if you are saying that that cannot be done, then we are delving into constitutional matters. That is why the provision will have to be deleted. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kenneth Ado, I got it right. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the headline of the bill, the provision, as Majority Leader explained, Mr. Speaker, if you read the act that Majority Leader explained, the clause 1 is purely referring to water bodies. The headline gives the import, but the clause 1 only refers to water bodies. If we want to, again, prevent people from getting closer, there has to be another subclause. That's clear.
Remember,
so I'm saying that
the marginal note forms part of the clause.
That
is why Kabiru is offering a clarity. What they are seeking to prescribe is extractive activity on or near a protected farm. That is what the marginal note is saying. It is clause 1 that is creating that ambiguity. So if you take the meaning of clause 1 out of the context of the marginal note, extractive activity on or near a protected farm, you may not get the meaning of clause 1. So to be able to decide whether this clause should stay or not to stay, we should get the understanding that with the passage of this law, it means that you cannot mine in a cocoa farm, even if you are granted the license. And this is a serious issue.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kabiru, I'm on floor. No, Mr. Speaker, precisely so. That is why I was coming to a point that please. I was coming to a point that with the water body, Mr. Speaker, there are two issues here. That the footnote seeks to put into the bill. But the clause 1 tackles only one aspect of it, which is the water body. And from all indications, it's important for us, just like leader said, to also deal with the water body. So if we are having a challenge with the headline, I think we can amend the headline.
No, Honorable
I'm making
the water body, dealing with the water body is already in section 17 of the Mining and Minerals Act.
Okay.
So we are only cross-referencing.
Okay.
So without this particular law, the Mining and Minerals Act dealt with water bodies. So we are just cross-referencing. But the actual purpose of this law is to proscribe mining in a cocoa farm or 500 meters away from the cocoa farm. This is the understanding that we should get. This is the understanding that we should get. Yes.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Yes, let me talk. Yes.
Why are you speaking into the microphone when I've not granted you the audience? Please resume your seat. Yes, let me hear from the sponsor of the bill. Then I can put a question.
Mr. Speaker, I want to yield that we delete the clause and make progress. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, I understand the difficulty that has been raised by the leader of the House, which is occasioning the decision to, which is occasioning the decision to want to delete that provision, Mr. Speaker. But I have the belief that we can further cure the fear without necessarily deleting it. Reason why I am saying this is because there is the responsibility to secure approval. If we place in this particular provision the responsibility to seek approval, I think at the presidential level, at the ministerial level, they can always make case and exception where they want to mind. But if we just say we delete it without any protection, it's going to be difficult for the protection of this protected, farm.
No, brother, let me ask you a simple question. You see, let us not make law to create a problem. I indicated that by law, the mineral is vested in the president. And by Article 58, the president can act directly in issuing the license or act through an officer. Based on that, the president is using the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources. Under that ministry is the Mineral Commission, who deal with the subject matter. So they will go through the process, the Mineral Commission will okay it. The president, acting through the minister, will issue a license. And then a chief executive for cocoa board will say that because there are cocoa farm or is near a cocoa farm, I will not give an approval. I mean, what kind of chaos do we want to create? Very well. The proposal is to delete clause 83. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. All members, the ayes have it. Clause 83 is ordered not to stand part of the bill. Clause 84.
Establishment of cocoa management system.
Clause 84.
Establishment of
All members, clause 84.
Establishment of cocoa
Chairman
management system.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
All members, there is no advertised amendment for clause 84. It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? All members, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 84 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. All members, the ayes have it. Clause 84 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 85.
Registration of farmers and farms.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment to clause 85?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
We would like the chair to give us a bit explanation to this because, Mr. Speaker, if this clause should pass, it carries a lot of livelihood risks for smallholder farmers. Clause 85. You know we have smallholder farmers, and if this should pass, it carries a lot of livelihood risks. If I have a small farm and I don't have even documentation as to the ownership, what period? Either we are carrying them with some transitional provisions for a period for them to be registered on the cocoa management system or a lesser process that can cover the smallholder farmers. So if you can give a little bit detail to this clause 85, which is requiring that a person shall not engage in a commercial production, purchase or sale of cocoa unless the person and the farm are registered under the cocoa management system. So what happened to the smallholder farmers? If not, then we'll have to introduce a subclause.
Yes.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker.
But you say smallholder, there's commercial here. So the commercial should be read together with the farm, not only production. If you are in commercial production, commercial purchase, commercial sale of cocoa, so does it cover a small scale as we are talking about?
Yes. So what happened, because Mr. Speaker, if you come to clause 80, the cocoa farms, protected status of cocoa farmers. Remember the protected farm that we talk about in clause 80 and 81 covers under when it comes to the registration, because the registration we are talking about, every cocoa farm should be registered. So which one, then we may have to define which ones are going to be registered,
Chairman and the Minister,
and which one is not going to be registered.
What do you say to this?
Mr. Speaker, the provision is very clear. We are focusing on commercial farms. So I don't know why you think that we should extend that to smallholder farmers. If you can explain.
So therefore, Mr. Speaker, we may have to define what the commercial farmer is under the interpretation.
So you hold it. If you go to interpretation and it's not defined, then you can make a proposal there. Do you understand? Because we are in agreement, but except we should define commercial farm or commercial production. So go and check the interpretation. When it is not in the interpretation, when we get to interpretation column, propose amendment. So when it is defined, then you are okay with the rendition.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just taking a casual look at the interpretations.
That is why I'm saying that we cannot wait for you to look at it. So go and check it. I'll put a question.
Okay.
If it is not defined, when we get to the interpretation, propose an amendment.
Okay, I agree. Agree.
So, yes.
I think the idea is to distinguish farming for producing cocoa to sell. So if I just had a garden and I plant cocoa trees there, just no. That is not. For instance, you go to the botanical gardens and etc. You go to Eburi, you see cocoa trees, but it's not for commercial purposes. That's the whole idea, to distinguish between the two. Anybody who produces a cocoa to sell, that is a commercial farm. It's not about the sizes. It's not about the sizes. No, it's not about the sizes.
Yes, Dr. Kabiru.
Chair, I think that maybe if there is going to be confusion on what commercial is, I think his suggestion is good. When we get to interpretation, we provide definition for commercial.
Exactly.
And I'm sure that
exactly. I agree.
Can be writing
I agree with
something.
you.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Those in favor of clause 85 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 85 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 86.
Data collection and management.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House and members. Any proposed amendment? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 86 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 86 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 87.
Cocoa traceability system.
Mr.
Chairman
Speaker,
of the committee.
we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. All members, any proposed amendment to clause 87? In the absence of any proposed
Mr. Speaker,
amendment, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to propose an amendment to 87.1 to read, the Cocoa Board shall establish and operate cocoa traceability system to track cocoa from the farm to the port of export and final destination and inputs from the port to the farm. Mr. Speaker, because usually you don't track inputs from the farm towards export. You usually track inputs from the port to the farm. But if you look at the rendition, it says the Cocoa Board shall establish and operate a cocoa traceability system to track cocoa and inputs from the farm to the port of export and final destination, meaning that we are tracking inputs also from farm to the port. But that is not usually what happens, because inputs are usually coming from the port to the farms. So my rendition is break it so that it will be to track cocoa from the farm to the port of export and final destination and inputs from the port to the farm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Speaker.
Yes.
Yeah, Speaker, even though the construction looks a bit convoluted, but the import is quite clear. The final destination does not mean where they are selling it. The input has a final destination too. So you are tracking, yes.
No, all that he's saying is that you don't trace from the farm to the port of export. But the word used here is port of export and final destination. So you are doing both.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I'm saying that final destination, input too has final destination.
Yes, that is why I'm trying to agree
so
with
if
you.
you want to distinguish between leaving the cocoa itself separately and then drawing another line for the input, that will make it clear.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, I think he's right. We don't trace inputs to the port of export. We trace inputs to the farm, whereas we trace the cocoa to the port of export. So I agree. Final destination is just in between, but actually the essence is the input, and the input cannot be traced. You can't trace it from export to...
Mr. Speaker, just look at the construction where, this is semantics here, Mr. Speaker, cocoa and inputs from the farm. That's what, this is the rendition, inputs from the farm. So we need to break it. You don't track inputs from the farm. You track cocoa rather from the farm. So my rendition still stands, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, my good friend is right. Because we import the inputs and then we do distribution to the farm gates. But we trace the cocoa to the port to its final destination. But we don't trace input to the port to its final destination.
But in this regulation, you are talking about manufacturing of input.
But even if you manufacture
are saying that
input,
the inspectors
we don't
inspect
export
a
them.
place where the input is manufactured. So there's a possibility of you exporting the input one day.
Mr. Speaker, we don't manufacture cocoa input and export. We don't. We rather import.
Yes. Minister, let me hear you last. Let me hear Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, even if you were to manufacture the inputs, you will not move the input from a farm to a port of export. You will move it from a farm, if you are manufacturing the farm, to a farm, not to a port of export. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think we have to understand this against the background of the whole concept of traceability. Traceability is aimed at, this is my understanding. Traceability is aimed at being able to track the cocoa and then track how much input went into it so that you can tell whether it is cocoa that has too much fertilizer, too much chemicals, okay? That's what traceability. So that when it gets to the ultimate destination, they will be able to do some analysis to show, whether it's good cocoa or it's bad cocoa. So it is from the farm to the final destination, from the farm to the final destination. When you are going to farm, you apply inputs. You apply inputs. The system, the management system wants you to record how much inputs are you applying for the records. When you go to lift the cocoa and you go to, let's say, the cocoa board warehouses, you know that there's some spraying that takes place there and etc. They are all inputs. You are supposed to record and document that. Up to when you get to the port, how you ship it, how you manage it until it gets to the destination. All that should be recorded. That will enable traceability. So you can trace everything, and then the final destination, when you are handing the cocoa to them, you also hand the documentation to the people, and then they can track and trace everything.
Honourable members, we have seen the sense of the House. We can direct the drafters to help us blend the grammar and clarity so that we can get this particular provision clear in order not to be arguing. So I will therefore put a question and direct the drafters accordingly. All, no, on the existing clause, so that the drafters would. All those in favor of clause 87 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I will direct the drafters to take the concerns of members on board and give us a rendition with a clarity. Clause 88.
Fees and cost recovery.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendments.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I'll put a question. All those in favor of clause 88 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 88 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 89.
Audit, oversight and reporting.
Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? I'll put a question. Those in favor of 89 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. 89 is ordered to stand part of the bill. 90.
Data governance and custody.
Chairman of the committee.
Yes, Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I'll put a question. All those in favor of clause 90 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 90 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 91.
Labor practices on cocoa farms.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to 91? I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 91 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 92.
Smuggling of cocoa.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 92 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 93.
Purchase of cocoa.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? I'll put a question. Those in favor of clause 93 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 93 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 94.
Unlawful extraction of cocoa.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Those in favor of clause 94 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 94 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 95.
Sale and export of cocoa.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 95 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 96.
Establishment of Dispute Resolution Committee.
Yes.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, let me listen to this. I'll come to you, the leader. Yes, Honorable Enu.
Mr. Speaker, I raise a concern in respect of clause 63.5 regarding appealing against the refusal of a cocoa license. And Mr. Speaker, we wanted to bring it under 96, which has to do with the Dispute Resolution Committee. And Mr. Speaker, I still see a challenge. If you look at the structure of the cocoa board we are seeking to establish in terms of hierarchy, you can clearly see that there is the board of directors, there is the board itself, the cocoa board itself, and then there is the tribunal and then the Dispute Resolution Committee, because an appeal from the Dispute Resolution Committee goes to the tribunal. Now, we are looking at a situation where a decision by the board, which is administered by the chief executive officer, is being appealed to. And then we are saying that they must go to a lower authority, which I think that is problematic, because an appeal must go to a higher authority, not a lower authority. So if the chief executive officer refuses a license, how can a person aggrieved or dissatisfied appeal to a lower authority in terms of the Dispute Resolution Committee or even the tribunal? So I think that we must be able to create an avenue at that level. So my suggestion is that we can look at the 63.5. We can retain the 63.5 as 5A, and then the B, we can say that anybody that is dissatisfied with the decision of the board in terms of the refusal of the license can appeal to the board of directors, whose decision shall be final. And then maybe we can create another subclause C to say that the decision of the board of directors is final, and therefore, if anybody is aggrieved, then they can go to court, maybe the high court or whatever. I think that can resolve that problem. But otherwise, coming to a lower authority is very problematic.
You see, our members, just look at it this way. The law specifically creates this as a domestic remedy, which must be exhausted before you can go to an ordinary court. So the bill tasks the board with the responsibility to constitute a dispute resolution committee. So my understanding is that with all the activities of the Act, when you are aggrieved, the first point for you to go and seek your domestic remedy is the resolution committee, whether a refusal of the license or a grant of the license, whether a behavior of a board member. That is the body set up for you to go. For instance, if the argument that you are making is anything to go by, if you are aggrieved by the acts of the president, probably you will not have to go to high court. You have to go to Supreme Court, because the president is the president of the land. If you just oppose it in your argument. But once the relief available for you, the violation of your right, is a matter that can be determined by the High Court. Irrespective of whoever violates your right, the remedy available for you, you go to the High Court. And if the High Court takes decision and you are dissatisfied, you go to the Court of Appeal. If the Court of Appeal takes decision and you are dissatisfied, you go to the Supreme Court. So the idea that it is the board or the president that appoints them, if you are aggrieved by their conduct, they are lower to the president, you cannot go before them. I'm not tempted to agree with that. That's why I'm saying that if you are aggrieved, the remedy that is available for you by this law is for you to go to the Dispute Resolution Committee. No board member, not even the chief executive, can come and say that the Dispute Resolution Committee does not have jurisdiction to entertain that particular action because it is a subordinate body. No. Today, if the Chief Justice violates my rights and the law says that I can seek remedy at the High Court, why? I will go to High Court. I will go to High Court. So this is the body that the law tasked with the responsibility to receive, investigate, and hear a dispute referred to the Dispute Resolution Committee. Do you understand? So they are mandated by this law to do that. And then there is another layer. If you are aggrieved, you go to the tribunal. After the tribunal, then the law says you go to High Court. So it's like what happened in the case of GPRTU versus Danfu, where they raised an issue that the domestic remedy has not been exhausted. So why are you coming to court? So that's my understanding.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate your argument, but I still see a challenge there because when we do that, more or less, it means that we are undermining the authority of the board.
No.
Or even the, because indeed, if you look at the composition even of the tribunal or even the dispute resolution committee.
Okay, let's look at it this way. The disciplinary committees that we have here, made up of members of parliament, are we above the leaders? The committee members, are they above the leaders?
Of course not.
But if the leader is facing a disciplinary challenge, the leader will appear before that committee. The committee that is set up, that is the committee that will hear the matter. So it doesn't mean that we are undermining the authority of our leaders by asking or subjecting them to appear before a committee on privileges made up of ordinary members. Do you understand? We are not undermining their authority.
I think the...
You are still not convinced?
Very well. Because, Mr. Speaker, in this scenario that you are giving, of course, we are also looking at a situation where, in terms of the parliamentary one that you are talking about, these committees, the question is, were these committees also set up by leadership or it was set up by Speaker? Because I think there will be a difference there.
By the standing order. It's in the standing order, taking power from the Constitution, Article 103. So it's by the standing order. And this particular resolution committee is also being established by an act of parliament.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Then what we can do is to...
And at the end of the day, just like how the disciplinary committee of parliament is composed by, the composition is by your whips. The composition of your committees is done by the whips. And then the parliament will pass the resolution to back that. So the fact that it is composed by the whip does not mean that the whip cannot appear before that particular committee when a member complains against him.
Well, Mr. Speaker, then what I think we should do is that we need to expand the jurisdiction of the committee to be able to take appeals from here. That one we have to do. Otherwise, then there's no remedy.
To take appeal from where?
From a refusal of the board in terms of a cocoa license.
The law provides a remedy that, yes.
That one is necessary.
No, in general administrative law, if you think that a board has declined your application unfairly, you can seek remedy in any court.
Yes. Administratively. So I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. All members, the ayes have it. Clause 96 is ordered to stand part of the bill. 97.
Composition and rules of procedure of the Dispute Resolution
Chairman of the
Committee.
committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. All members, I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 97 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 98.
Powers and decision of the Dispute Resolution Committee.
Chairman of the committee.
Amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, I'll put a question. Those in favor of 98 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. 98 is ordered to stand part of the bill. 99.
Establishment of the Cocoa Board Tribunal.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 99 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 100.
Composition of the tribunal.
Chairman of the committee.
We have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 100 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 101.
Administration of the tribunal.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? I'll put a question. Those in favor of 101 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 101 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 102.
Rules of procedure of the tribunal.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? I'll put a question. In the absence of any proposed amendment, those in favor of clause 102 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 102 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 103.
Right of appeal.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, those in favor of clause 103 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 103 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 104.
Decision of the tribunal.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor of 104 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 104 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 105.
Appeal against decision of tribunal.
Chairman of the committee.
We have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor of clause 105 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, clause 105 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 106.
Processing of cocoa.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? I'll put a question. Those in favor of clause 107 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 107 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 108.
Supply of cocoa to processors.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Yes.
Sorry. There is an issue. I see that at the committee level, 107 was maintained with amendment. But here, it's a total different heading for 107. So I don't know what has happened. That has occasioned the total.
What was the committee's proposed amendment?
We're at the 106, but I heard him talking about 107. So that's the word. Mr. Speaker, if it's 106, then you can put
no,
106.
Because the committee's proposed amendment has some deletions completely.
Okay.
When they reprint, the numbering has changed. So you have to use the new bill.
The new bill, okay. So the new bill has has 107, but I am raising an issue that has to do with 107 in the old one, which is completely deleted.
Yes.
The title was on the establishment of corporate governance charter. and which is completely out. And I remember you made the amendment to that particular.
Yes, but my
provision.
amendment was not accepted.
It was not accepted.
Yes.
Okay.
Because, and I have no fixation on it, because if this particular act of parliament is establishing the cocoa board, and this law is regulating the cocoa board, and cocoa board decides to go and incorporate company under the Companies Act, that company, which is a subsidiary company under the Companies Act, must be regulated by the Companies Act, but not in this law. And the Companies Act entails all those provisions that they are asking us to integrate in this particular law. So how can we pass a law to regulate companies, yet we'll again be making laws here? So they can develop a charter. The second reason is that we have not done a charter here before. So I put a question on 107, we go to 108.
Establishment of Cocoa Sector Forum.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to 108? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. All those in favor of clause 108 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 108 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 109.
Accountability and transparency standards.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to 109? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 109 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 110.
General Prohibited Acts.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 110? I'll put a question. In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is: those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 110 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 111.
Offense by body corporate.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 111? In the absence, yes. In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor of clause 111 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 111 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 112.
Relationship with other offenses.
Chairman of the committee. Clause 112.
Yeah, this one has come on. The other one has come on.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
For the consideration of the House, honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 112? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. All those in favor of clause 112 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 112 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 113.
Collaboration with relevant local and international partners.
Chairman of the committee.
We have no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 113? I'll put a question. Those in favor of clause 113 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 113 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 114.
Whistleblowing.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? I'll put a question. All
Speaker.
those in yes.
Speaker, 114D. I propose that we insert a division after subsidiary. So the new rendition will be gross mismanagement, waste or misuse of resources of Cocoa Board, subsidiary or division of the Cocoa Board. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
So you are proposing that we insert what?
Division. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have...
A division in what sense?
The Cocoa Board, we have subsidiaries and divisions.
Yes, but those divisions will be part of management of Cocoa Board.
Subsidiary will also be part of Cocoa Board.
No, subsidiary is a company registered under the Companies Act. So it's a juristic person, but divisions are not the juristic person. Divisions are not incorporated, but subsidiaries are incorporated. That's the distinction.
I'm guided, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. So I'll put a question. Those in favor of clause 114, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 114 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 115.
Administrative penalties.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 115? I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 115 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 116.
Guidelines, codes, manuals, circulars, and directives.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment to clause 116? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 116 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 117.
Regulations.
No amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 117 dealing with regulations? I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 117 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 118.
Interpretation.
Mr. Speaker, the committee has no amendment, but a colleague wanted us to define commercial production. Maybe he may propose an amendment here.
Yes, what is your proposed amendment?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I propose that under clause 118, we define commercial production. I so propose.
The advice that we are getting is that commercial production is not a term of art, so we give it its ordinary meaning. So it must take dictionary meaning, unless we want to define it in a way different from the meaning ascribed to commercial production in this act. And they are saying that in this act, commercial production, though used, is not used in a special sense.
So, Mr. Speaker, let me give this definition. So, commercial production shall be defined as, in relation to cocoa, means the cultivation, harvesting, or fermentation of cocoa on a farm registered or required to be registered under this act, with the intention of selling, trading, or otherwise supplying the cocoa for value, and does not include the cultivation of cocoa exclusively for personal or household consumption. And I'm taking a cue from what the majority leader said. If you are growing cocoa on your personal farm, that is not for sale. I propose. So
yes.
Mr. Speaker, we agreed to look for an interpretation of commercial farm because of the issue you raised earlier. But I got guidance from the sponsors of the bill that, contrary to what you thought, currently they actually register every farm, including the small farms that you were afraid will be affected by Clause 2. And Cocoa Board keeps expanding, adding on the farm. So every farm that they buy cocoa from, they register them. So it is not the case that this clause only affects large-scale cocoa production. So we do not need to go ahead with the definition of commercial.
And the further reason is that because of traceability and input and fertilizer support. So they need to have the details of the farmers to be able to trace as we legislate on the traceability. And also to help the cocoa board identify them easily and supply them with the cocoa input and fertilizer. That's the reason for the registration. So, honourable members, in the absence of any further issue to be interpreted, should I put a question on clause 118? The question is, as many as are in favor of clause 118 of the standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 18 is ordered to stand part of the bill. 118 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 119.
Repeals and savings.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendments.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to 119? I'll put a
Mr.
question.
Speaker,
yes.
on the repeals and savings, with my checks, I realized that the Ghana Cocoa Board Amendment Act 2020 Act 1035 is not included in the list. So if it can be included.
Yes, that's a legitimate point because we are consolidating this act. So if there is an existing act which is not included, I think it is proper for same to be included, or the drafter. On this occasion, I will give consequential directive to the drafters that all acts that are consolidated, that needed to be repealed, but they are not here, should be included in the repeal provision in 119. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, because there was an additional one that I was going to add. So
Yes.
Thank you.
They should check for all. I think the acts that were being repealed, if my memory serves me right, going through it, there are about 6. And you can pick a lot from the memorandum accompanying the bill. So we move to clause 120.
Transitional provisions.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
There's no advertised amendment by the committee. I didn't put a question. Oh, all those in favor of clause 119 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 119 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Done. Now to clause 120.
Transitional provisions.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
There's no advertised amendment to the transitional provision. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, those in favor of clause 120 dealing with the transitional provision standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 120 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the schedule.
Conditions of license.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to the schedule? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question onto the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill. The long title. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, before the long title, I want to seek your leave to take us briefly back to clause 59.
Clause 59.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I will grant you the leave being the sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, clause 59, 1E, there is a serious insertion that we seek to delete. That is, it says 59.1, the Cocoa Board may issue a license under this act for the following, and it lists a number of them. But E, export and external marketing. That is the work that the subsidiary cocoa marketing company does. It is never the intention of policy to create any competition for CMC. And so we want to delete this provision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. It is for the consideration of the House. The proposal is to delete clause 59E, and the reason is simple. That is a function of a different entity. So we do not want Cocoa Board to license it. I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause E is accordingly ordered to be deleted. Then, yes, still on 59. 59?
No, 59 has been
Very well. Then let me put a question first.
Okay.
All those in favor of clause 59 as amended standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. All members, the ayes have it. Clause 59 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Dr. Kabiru.
Chair, with your leave, I would like us to go back to clause 13. Clause 13. 1.3.
Yes, clause 1.3.
133. 13.3 has A, B, and C. I'm proposing an amendment to B. We are replacing Cocoa Marketing Committee with LBC Regulatory Committee. Mr. Speaker, you recall in our discussion at the committee, we wanted to, as much as possible, avoid identity issues. CMC is solely for the marketing. And if you say that Cocoa CMC, another CMC, it will create confusion. So we're proposing that the right technical name that would reflect the work this committee does is to call it LBC Regulatory Committee or Produce License Buying Company Regulatory Committee. So I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
I think the Chief Executive gave a reason why it should be marketing. But
Mr. Speaker, I support the proposal in the sense that even though there is an existing committee bearing this name, what the committee does is solely to issue licenses to the LBCs. And so this name proposed by Dr. Kabiru will reflect what they do, their function, instead of creating the impression that they perform the functions that the current cocoa marketing company does, in order to remove any confusion that the naming can bring. So,
well, honourable members, there may even be a proposal to delete it in its entirety if the board feels this is the name to be given, because the board has the power to do additional committees. So, yes.
I thought we discussed it even earlier. That 13.3 is omnibus enough to add or subtract.
Yes.
Yes, you can do anything you want to do under 3. You change the name.
Mr. Speaker, the idea is to just let the name reflect what the committee actually does.
Very well.
Which is LBC.
I will then put a question on Dr. Kabiru's rendition. Those in favor say aye.
No, LBC.
Those against say no.
Huh?
The ayes have it.
No, not regulation. No. Mr. Speaker.
But I thought you said the LBC.
Yes. No. But he is saying that LBC Regulations Committee.
No.
The use of the word regulations. That's what I'm saying. LBC Licensing Committee.
Yes.
LBC Committee, yes.
So the committee is called LBC Committee. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. This is just a nomenclature. I will put a question on entire clause 13. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those yes. Those against say no. All members, the ayes have it. Clause 13 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now the long title.
An act to establish the Ghana Cocoa Board to regulate, oversee, and monitor activities in the cocoa value chain, to support the cultivation of cocoa, undertake the buying, selling, and export of cocoa, to promote value addition to cocoa, and to provide for related matters.
Members, I'll put
Speaker, we have no amendment.
Yes, do you have a proposal to the long title?
My Lord, Mr. Speaker, I permit me to take us back.
Please, we are dealing with the long title.
Very well.
I'll put a question. Those in favor of the long title standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of the consideration stage of the Ghana Cocoa Board Bill 2026. Honourable members, second deputy speaker should take the chair. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Speaker, time check. What's your time? Speaker, time check is 11:57. Speaker, we started at 2 o'clock. Speaker, yesterday we closed around 2 a.m. Speaker, we all have to be deliberate about our health. No, nobody is doing 133. Even Mr. Speakers are having issues doing the 133. Speaker, this morning, in fact, this afternoon, while I was at conclave, my respected leader was there. The Right Honorable Speaker gave us a very beautiful advice and instruction that today we should not go deep into the night. We are actually almost in the morning. We are coming for second consideration tomorrow. I've even seen other papers addendum 3 being shared at this point. Speaker, it is not fair. So we are asking respectfully that, Speaker, we have done more than 5 hours. In fact, we have done 13 hours. Speaker, we have done 13 hours. The medical facility by now, they have closed. Speaker, no more than to say that respectfully, where we have collaborated up to, it is just fair that we are ahead and the House is adjourned for tomorrow. Speaker, I so move.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have always thought that Jerry likes the second deputy speaker. This second deputy speaker has not been used today. Yes, he has not sat in the chair today. And just when he's getting the opportunity to sit in the chair, Jerry is asking us to adjourn so that second deputy speaker does not get to sit in the chair today. I want second deputy speaker to take note of this so that anytime Jerry is on his feet, he won't catch his eye. 10 minutes. 10 minutes will finish. 10 minutes. 10 minutes will finish. Just 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. Jerry, 10 minutes. We'll finish. 10 minutes.
Honourable members, I think as for 10 minutes, we can endure. So let's just do the 10 minutes, and then we're even getting closer to the period of adjournment. So we'll take a long rest. Yes, Majority Leader.
So, Mr. Speaker, the order paper addendum 3 after we worked on the customs bill, the draftspersons and the Ghana Revenue Authority scrutinized the work and proposed some additional amendments to further perfect the bill. And so the minister desires, with your permission and permissions of the colleagues opposite, to take us through a motion for rescission so that we can bring back the customs bill and make some additions. So that is captured in Order Paper Addendum 3. So, Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence and the agreement of colleagues opposite, if we can take item 1 on Order Paper Addendum 3.
Yes.
Speaker, this is not to, as it were, unnecessarily drag this matter. But Speaker, it's always very, very important for us to take cues from our own mistakes. We rushed into finishing this yesterday. In fact, this morning, we are back here. I'm not right, let me make my point. We are back here. It is not 24 hours. We are forcing to make amendments on a bill we passed yesterday. We are back here at this point, almost 12 something. We just want to finish everything without providing copies enough for people to peruse, without giving us all the opportunity. Our minds are tired. Your brains are tired. You come and be saying, yeah. And then you come back, you want to correct. Same thing we did with Gold Board. You don't want to listen to us. It's okay, go ahead.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House resigns its decision taken on Tuesday, 28 July 2026, in respect of the third reading of the Customs Bill 2026. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, motion move and seconder.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion move and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, I'll put a question. But before putting the question, once the House is considering it, I'll place on record that these amendments were not as a result of the fact that the House did not do a diligent work. We did a very diligent work, and this may be an afterthought on behalf of the technical team at the ministry. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The decision of the House regarding the third reading of the Custom Bill 2026 is accordingly rescinded. And now the Custom Bill 2026 at consideration stage. Yes. Clause 8. Yes, second Deputy Speaker should take the chair. Yes, Clause 8. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed as advertised on page 1 of Order Paper Addendum 3.
No.
Yes, Chairman, may I hear you again?
Mr. Speaker, Clause 8, amendment proposed as advertised on page 1 of today's Order Paper Addendum 3, Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Well, honorable members, that's the chairman of the committee, representing the entire committee. Any counter proposer? You don't have a copy? Council.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
In fact, this particular provision we realized is not necessary. It is an administrative provision, and therefore we do not need to legislate it. And so we are humbly requesting that we delete the entire clause 8. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So, honorable members, we are deleting clause 8. All those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now, we put clause 8. All those in favor that clause 8 as amended stands part of the bill, say aye. Oh, red. Yes, we've deleted the entire clause 8. Well. So now, clause 105. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, clause 105.
Mr. Speaker, it's not.
Amendment
it's not
proposed as advertised on page 1 of today's other paper, addendum 3.
It's not the council.
Dr. Kabilu?
Mr. Speaker, we don't have copies. We don't have copies. No, we have other paper addendum. But we don't have the bill before us for which we want to do amendment. That bill was passed. Mr. Speaker, we are not talking of other paper. We have the other paper here. We have the other papers here.
Honorable Kabilu, the bill, we had them yesterday. But at least the areas that we want to do some amendment is on the council.
Mr. Speaker, what we have yesterday, we passed a bill waiting the president to, assent to that bill. Mr. Speaker, we don't have that, even the consolidator of that bill. We don't have it.
Dr. Kabilu,
so
cooperate with that. Just look at the console and let's move on.
It's not in the console. That's the problem.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we are not trying to be difficult. At least the respected majority leader asked us for at least 10 minutes. But for us to follow, we need to have the bill. And because we knew that it had been dealt with, we did not bring the bill. If we have the bill, you can merge the bill with the addendum. Give everyone copy. Give everybody a copy.
And you all need copies.
Don't you need copies? Don't you need copies? You need copies.
Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
I haven't called you, please. Yes, Chairman. 105.
Mr. Speaker, clause 105. Amendment proposed as advertised on page 1 of today's order paper, addendum 3. Mr. Speaker, so moved.
Honourable members, according to the committee chairman, clause 105, the amendment proposed is advertised on today's other paper, addendum 3, that is page 1. So all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Chairman, there's another amendment to clause 105. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, a colleague has just called my attention to the third reading and then the amendments following through the third reading. And Speaker, the reference is made to 172
See, the amendment you are doing are dead.
Speaker, I do not know if the majority leader has considered that we were supposed to have referenced 172 before proceeding to deal with the main issues that we are
But
considering.
that 172, that's the third reading, has already been rescinded.
Yes,
That
but
motion
if-
was moved and the House carried it.
Yes.
So we've rescinded that.
But if the rescission is done, Speaker, and that's for education. I mean, does it not mean that it now comes for amendments? Therefore, would have to be
No, now
considered?
we are doing the amendment on the consideration. So
Yes.
afterwards, we come back to third reading.
So that should be second consideration.
Well, let's take it like that. It could be second consideration, yes.
Well, I need some elucidation on this.
Yes, we take it as second consideration. It's okay. Yes. Very well. So, Chairman, can we move the second
Speaker,
amendment across 105?
Clause 105, amendment proposed as advertised on page 1 of today's order paper, addendum 3.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, add the following new paragraph. In the case of motor vehicles, within 1 year after the day on which the motor vehicles were warehoused. Mr. Speaker, so moved.
Yes. Yes, Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, I am urging the chairman to, let's consider further amendment on this particular provision. Because the old rendition was to the effect that in the case of raw materials and motor vehicle, that was the amendment that we carried on yesterday. But today, we are trying to, then separate the two. And I was of the view that the previous rendition caters for these two particular, raw materials and motor vehicle. Now that you are dropping the raw materials, you are not dropping it. Or then that's okay.
Well. So all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now, clause 105 as variously amended. All those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, clause 105 as variously amended is ordered to be part of the bill. Now, we turn to clause 134. Clause 111. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, clause 111, amendment proposed. Paragraph C, delete and insert the following. Raw materials not more than 6 months. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes, that's the proposed amendment by the committee. Is there any counter? The question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now, Chairman, 111 again.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Add the following new paragraph. Motor vehicles not more than 6 months. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Thank you. Honorable members, that's the new proposed amendment to clause 111 again. Yes, my brother, what do you have?
Mr. Speaker, it seems that yesterday the chairman proposed that perishable goods 6 months, and then raw materials perishable goods 3 months, raw materials 6 months, and car 1 year. And now we are changing car again to 6 months. Is it the extension of it, or we maintain it so?
Yes, Honorable Minister, can you give us?
Mr. Speaker, perishable goods is 1 month. The raw materials is 1 year. It is re-warehousing that is for 6 months. Re-warehousing. Thank you.
Honorable members, all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now, all those in favor that clause 111 as variously amended stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 111 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, clause 114. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Subclause 5, delete. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Well, that's the proposed amendment from the committee. The question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now, clause 114, as variously amended, all those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The clause 114, as variously amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill.
Mr. Speaker, 114, we have a further amendment.
Yes. Yes.
And, to delete.
Chairman, hold on. Chairman, hold on. Let me listen to.
You have already put the entire.
Yes, yes. So I'll come back again.
So you have to.
I'll come back again. So, Chairman, let's hear you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the amendment proposed is to add the following new clause.
Honorable, yes. So it's a new clause. So it means even we are on course. Yes. So, Chairman, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, the amendment proposed is to delete and add the following new clause.
Is that the case?
That is rather to add the following new clause. Yeah.
Okay. So, honorable members, all those in favor that. Yes, Chairman. Honorable Kabilu.
Chair, sorry the time, but we need to be a bit clear on this one, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment, in fact, at the committee level, we discussed this thoroughly. And I remember I was cautioning against the complete removal of vehicle used for transporting or any related activity related within the free zone board. But nonetheless, they went ahead to propose, or which was carried. But, Mr. Speaker, the only issue I have is regarding the B, where it says that specialized vehicles or mobile equipment that are designed or adapted for and used exclusively in the production, processing, manufacturing, handling, or other approved industrial operation of the enterprise. Here, the question is, does a vehicle 4WD, a Land Cruiser, used within the free zone purposely for monitoring of activities captured as part of those that will be exempted? This is a question that we need to answer. Even though I'm mindful of subsection 2, that says that for personal use, they are not captured. But I want clarity as to B, whether it includes these pickup vehicles that are used within the free zone board.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner will determine that. However, if you read the B carefully, you see that it says specialized vehicles or mobile equipment that are designed or adopted for and used exclusively in the production, processing, manufacturing, handling, or other approved industrial operations of the enterprise. So it's clear, a Land Cruiser or all those vehicles that we use for personal use will not qualify under this. And that is the exact thing that we are seeking to cure. Thank you.
Honorable members, all those in favor of the additional clause to 114 say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The additional clauses is hereby The additional clauses after 114 is hereby adopted. Now we turn to 134.
Mr. Speaker, 134, amendment proposed. Paragraph D, delete and insert as follows. Any other evidence determined by the Commissioner General and published on the website of the authority. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Yes, that's a proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee. Honorable members, the question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now, clause 134 as variously amended. All those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 134 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 142, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, clause 142, amendment proposed. Subclause 1, delete and insert the following. A person shall provide security issued by a financial institution approved by the Commissioner General. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Well, honorable members, the committee has made a proposed amendment to 142. Yes, Honorable Kabilo.
Yeah, Chair, I don't know. This was an amendment we carried yesterday. And I don't know why we are still to, because this amendment, I remember very well that we carried the amendment yesterday, where, in fact, it was part of the things we discussed, where we stated clear. So I just want to know the differences between what we did yesterday and what we are doing now. Because yesterday we were clear that we are moving the bank guarantee and replacing same as security. And today we are having advertised, and I don't know where the difference is. We need to get the difference so that we will not be reenacting the same thing that we did yesterday.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, rightly so. I was myself surprised that it came out that we didn't do it, because we discussed this extensively at the committee level and we proposed. But you see, whenever we finish with the work, the drafters go and sit down and go through one by one. So it came out that that amendment was not done. So his statement just confirms that this is what the committee sought to do. So let's carry it.
Thank you so much. So all those in favor of the proposed amendment by the committee say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now, 142 as variously amended. All those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 142 as variously amended is ordered to be part of the bill. Return to 198, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, clause 198, amendment proposed. Paragraph L, insert the following new subparagraph. First, schedule to vary the rate of duty imposed. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes, honorable members, this is a new proposed amendment from the chairman. The question, all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now, all those in favor that clause 198 as variously amended stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 198 as amended is ordered to be part of the bill. Honorable members, we come to the end of consideration stage. Yes, Honorable Minister, may you do us the honors to read motion 3?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the Customs Bill 2026 be now read the third time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, the Minister has moved a motion for the third reading and it has been seconded by the Chairman. It is now before the consideration of the House. I'll therefore put the question. All those in favor that the motion moved by the Chairman has been seconded by the moved by the Deputy Minister and seconded by the Chairman be adopted, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to provide for the imposition, collection, and accounting of customs duty, tax, and for related matters.
Honorable members, the Custom Bill 2026 is read the third time and pass. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this House rescinds its decision taken on Tuesday, 28th July 2026 in respect of the third reading of the Excise Bill 2026. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Yes.
Speaker, it's for the purposes of answered that even the majority leader asked for 10 minutes. We have done 32 minutes. Speaker, this was also passed this morning, yesterday morning. It was also passed yesterday morning, where we hurriedly push everything through, and we don't take copious look. It is better for me to put it here.
Yeah, your caution is noted. It's noted. No. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let's take the Customs Bill. No, just, I'm giving you an example. Let's take the Customs Bill. We passed 200 clauses. We passed 200 clauses. If you pass 200 clauses and the following day you discover that you made some omissions in 2 or 3 clauses out of 200 clauses, how will you grade that performance? 99.9%. 99.9%. We are not saying that we will never make mistakes, but if you pass 200 clauses of a bill and then you go and sleep and wake up and realize that 2 clauses had some defects and then you come back and correct it, clearly you are doing well. So I can assure you that fixing the 2 clauses is not an indication that this House does not do a good job. We do an excellent job.
Very well, Leader. Honorable members.
Speaker, we are here. You said you want to work. Let's sit and work. If you want to do 3 hours more, we are willing to help you do so. So stop complaining. And Speaker, there is a very important need for the majority leader and the Minister of Finance to take care of the industry put in by members. A lot of them. And I recall yesterday, most of them were here, especially the fair-colored women at the back. They were here. I saw them yesterday, and they are still sitting. And they put in a lot of, Adam Agbana was here. They put in a lot of efforts.
Thank you.
There's the need for them to be considered. It's very important.
Thank you for fighting for them.
And the table office, they live very far. Yesterday it was raining. When we were going this morning, it was raining. Some of them got home at 3:43 a.m. because I was monitoring.
Honorable members, Leader, are you responding to them?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it is not just the fair colored girls on this side, but the fair colored girls, the fair colored women on that side were also here yesterday, and they are here today, and they are sitting directly behind Jerry. I don't understand why he hasn't seen that one.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, the motion to rescind the third reading of the Exercise Bill 2026 has been moved and it has been seconded. It's before the House. The question is, all those in favor of the motion say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion to rescind the third reading is accordingly adopted. Yes, so Exercise Bill 2026 at the consideration stage. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, Clause 2, amendment proposed as advertised on page 4 of today's order paper addendum 3. Mr. Speaker, so moved.
Yes, honorable members, the chairman has moved an amendment which has been advertised on page 4 of the addendum paper 3. It is before the consideration of the House, and the question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now the question is, all those in favor that clause 2 as variously amended stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 2 as variously amended is ordered to be part of the bill. Now, clause 4.
Mr. Speaker, clause 4, amendment proposed. Subclause 2, line 1 and 2, delete bond or security and insert bank guarantee. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Well, honorable members, the committee has made another proposed amendment. Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabilu.
Chair, I think we discussed this and we agreed to leave it at the security rather than saying it should be bank guarantee. We agree at bank guarantee. Okay, so. Okay, Chair, then thank you.
Thank you very much. So, honorable members, all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. And now, all those in favor that clause 4, as variously amended, be part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The clause 4, as variously amended, is ordered to be part of the bill. Honorable members, we bring consideration to a close. Honorable Minister, may you do us the honors to move motion 6?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the Exercise Bill 2026 be now read the third time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded by the chairman. It is before the House for consideration. Honorable members, I will go ahead to put the question. All those in favor that motion listed 6 in today's order paper at the Dum 3 be adopted, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to provide for the imposition and collection of excise duty on selected, imported, and locally manufactured excisable goods, to provide for excise tax stamp and the affixation of excise tax stamp on excisable goods, and for related matters.
Honorable members, the Excise Bill 2026 is read the third time and pass. Yes, leader. Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, let me thank colleagues and leadership on the other side for enduring this day as well. I understand the threat to our health, but I believe that by Friday we'll go on a very long recess and we'll get to rest. Let me also thank the table office staff, the staff in the journals office, because all these things that we're doing, the journals office is still with us, and even after we have left, they have to wait and make sure that they put together the votes and proceedings for the following day and all the paperwork that we see. So I want to also thank the journals office for the work that they do. As usual, our press corps, the Marshal's office, you can see that the marching of the Marshal has changed due to Mr. Speaker, as for the clerk, we'll reserve our appreciation to the clerk until Friday. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I think we've done more than 5 hours, so we're in your hands. And we've done more than 5 hours.
Yes. Honorable Jerry.
Speaker, I join hands with the majority leader to, most importantly, thank your good self and the first deputy speaker and my colleagues, especially my colleagues on this side, that in spite of less motivation or no motivation, they have stayed in to work. And then my colleagues, the one who just called me, I'm grateful for his presence in the chamber. The surveyor from Engineer Lokuto. Speaker, and also to thank the very hard-working clerk and his table of clerks, very experienced men and women. Speaker, it's just becoming a problem going home at this time because by the time we get home, our wives may be sleeping. And then the husbands too may be sleeping. And it's always, it's a major problem. For some of you who are unable to talk about that, you know the consequences. Yes, it is because some have used this as... Speaker, we thank you very much.
Honorable members, let me also add my voice for your cooperation. I think at times we can appreciate the effort we've all put in. So let's move on like that for the good of our country. So on that note, we will... Leader, when are you coming tomorrow? Leader, when are you coming tomorrow?
Two o'clock.
Two. Very well. Honorable members, we...
2 today. 2 p.m. today.
Very well. Honorable members, we accordingly adjourn the House to 2 p.m. this afternoon, today. The House is accordingly adjourned.